Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us here May 3rd, 2023. We'll call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. Roll call when ready.
Boss here, Beck.
Here.
Glenn.
Here.
Valmuth.
Here.
Pop.
Here. Any changes to the meeting agenda? John, did you, or Don, did you have something here?
Well, that was just supplemental. The item is on there as item number 3. That was
Okay.
just supplemental information for the board's discussion.
Okay, all right. Any other changes to the agenda? Any conflicts of interest? All right, then, public comment. Let's see who we have out in Zoom. Anyone out in Zoom, if you would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand. And what we'll do to save time, we'll go through the township hall here, get their public comment heard, and then we'll return to anyone who has their hand up out in Zoom land. Thank you. So good morning. Anyone wishing to make a public comment, please step up to the podium and tell us what you're thinking if you would like.
Good morning, Vicki Beam, Whitewater Township resident. In reviewing the packet for today's meeting and all the documents that were available for the public to see, it becomes apparent to me that the parcel that is the focus of this complaint is not buildable. I heard Bob Hall's comments during the March 2nd, 2022 PC meeting, where he admitted that in 2020, an error was made in the execution of the land division of Morrison Orchard Parcel B. I know that there's a copy in the packet of the division in 2020 and the ones that were done afterwards for the rest of us that purchased property in that area. You can clearly see that that division was created long before ours, and there was no way that a variance was ever needed to create a parcel that would exceed 4:1. After that meeting, I personally have sent many emails to the board questioning the division that exceeded our general ordinance number 26. I called Bob Hall and Kim Mangus several times as well, asking how this division had occurred and where was the documentation that supported the variance. Well, we now know that there is no documentation to support the variance, and the simple fact is the division is improper. I find it hard to believe that a developer like Van Solkema and his agent Doug Mansfield didn't notice the fact that the parcel in question was close to 6:1 in depth to width ratio. And all the documents that I could see today, they all state not to exceed 4:1. Again, on March 2nd of 2022, Bob Hall stated that he talked to legal and they told him not to worry. Again, I had asked the question at the last meeting, who was the legal that he talked to? Were any of you aware that he talked to legal? I have never seen a bill that the township paid for his legal advice. Was legal aware of General Ordinance 26 of Whitewater Township? If they were, did they think the zoning administrator is above the law? General Ordinance 26 has procedures to follow. There are consequences and penalties. He also stated that local ordinance supersedes state ordinance. And again, our ordinance states the ratio to depth width of any parcel created by a division does not exceed a 4:1 ratio. He says that there have been other divisions of the parcel since the original split and land use permits issued. Again, that statement was wrong. In fact, the parcel that has not been resplit and it does not have a land use permit. He blows it off like it's no big deal. It is a big deal. Again, it clearly states the consequences, including fines, jail time, and the land becomes unbuildable. And that's your ordinance. You all have no choice but to uphold General Ordinance number 26. If you don't uphold this ordinance, you are clearly stating that our ordinances don't mean anything. So what happens next in the township if ordinances aren't worth the paper they are written on? Thank you for your time.
Anyone else here in Township Hall? Good morning.
I'm Tom McElway, also a Whitewater Township resident. I have followed the controversy surrounding the Baggs Road condo from a distance, but I think that the following story may be of interest and may lend some context. My brother is a registered licensed land surveyor currently in Massachusetts. Among his duties as a surveyor, he has to make presentations to township committees and even to the courts when land disputes arise. I was traveling with my brother in late February, and I wanted to pick his brain, so I presented the facts as I know them to him in an impartial, unbiased fashion. Firstly, Morrison Orchard was breaking up their property. Secondly, parcel B, being the first parcel, was purchased by an individual who, as I understand it, developed some health issues and had to sell it before building. The parcel was then purchased by another group who planned a development. And finally, subsequently, parcel B was found to be non-conforming to a maximum of 4:1 length to width ratio. At that point, uncoached by me, the first words out of his mouth were, quote, "The parcel would be declared unbuildable," unquote, in the townships where he works. He stated it's always an emotional and unfortunate circumstance, but it does happen now and then. It's my opinion that the current ordinance, whatever that is found to be, needs to be followed regardless of what that means to the township or the current property owner.
You. Anyone else here in Township Hall?
Karen Boyd, Whitewater Township residents. I'll keep it short and sweet. We have to follow the law. And if we don't, we're gonna be known as a township that doesn't follow laws, and we can do whatever we want. And I've heard that, I'll be honest. I've heard that already, that if they're not gonna follow the laws, then we'll just do what we want to. We can't have that. I don't think this was done intentionally. I don't think any of us think this was done intentionally. It was a mistake. But regardless, it needs to be taken care of in the right way.
Anyone else? Okay, Zoom land. I see one hand up thus far. That'd be Connie Highmore.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The statement was written by my husband, Frank Highmore. We have been told numerous times the ordinances are the law by the zoning administrator, by the former PC chair, and even the township clerk in last month's board meeting. So when an ordinance is in violation, a law has been broken. It has now been 8 months and thousands of taxpayer dollars trying to find a way not to follow the law. How much more time and money is going to be wasted? I see in the agenda packet numerous line items about land division, the Land Division Act, Land Division Sample Review, the Highmore's code enforcement complaint, and so on. Why exactly are we here today? What is it we are deciding on? We are not here to determine if a land division violated local law. That's already been determined through our township ordinances and the township zoning administrator's own admission. He admits on video that township law supersedes state law. Township law does not allow greater than 1:4 width to depth ratio. The land division is greater than 1:4 ratio, that the error was made back in 2020, and he is responsible for making the error. We are not here to determine what the township board should do now that this code violation has been brought to their attention. That is detailed in the general ordinance 26, no matter what amended version you want to use. The township needs to execute a deed restriction from the county register of deeds, designating the parcel as not buildable. Any such parcel shall also be designated as not buildable in the township records and shall not thereafter be the subject of a request to the zoning board of appeals for variance relief from the applicable lot and or area requirements, and shall not be developed with any building or above ground structure exceed 4 feet in height. If you want to go further, the person who violated this ordinance can be punished up to $500 and up to 90 days in jail. So we know it was divided in violation of township law. The township law states what should happen next. So what exactly are we here to do today? Why have we spent 8 months and thousands of taxpayer dollars to determine what? The motion could read something like, motion to execute a deed restriction with Grand Traverse County designating parcel 13-136-001-02 not buildable. And the township clerk does designate parcel 13-136-001-02 not buildable in the township records. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else out in Zoom land? Would you like to raise your hand? I see no other hands. Okay, well. Yes, that takes us into agenda items listed to discuss the Highmore complaint with possible closed session to review 2 confidential legal opinions on the matter.
I'll make a motion to enter closed session pursuant to MCL 15.268, parens 1, parens H, and MCL 15.243, parens 1, parens G, to discuss a confidential written legal opinion from the township attorney regarding township land divisions and specifically parcel 13-136-001-02. I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Do you really think we can't discuss this openly?
Yes.
That was my thought, quite frankly. You know, I understand the tack that the board took with all of the various questions, and I too was in that place for quite a long time, but I'm not sure a closed session is needed. But you know, I'll go along with the majority. Any other comments? Roll call when ready.
Bamian,
I'm gonna execute my right to vote last.
Bamian,
I'm gonna execute my right to vote last.
Bennett? Yes. Pop,
No.
Glenn,
No.
Goss, yes.
Okay. I'm going to exercise my right to leave this meeting.
Are you gonna let me vote, Cheryl?
I don't think
I
you're
called
gonna
your
do any
name.
different than the others, so. Point.
Still get to vote.
Oh. No. Right?
I think this should be discussed openly, personally.
And I think we should take the township as a whole into consideration, not just one
This should
group.
have been under discussion. We went to vote.
Yeah, we'll vote. Oh, that's right, you did. There's more than one group of people at risk here.
Hey, I've done a lot of homework on this, but this should have been in discussion. We voted.
Let me know when you guys want to take everybody under consideration.
Mr. Chairperson, do we have a,
Order, point of order there.
I think that's the attorney.
Doesn't matter.
do we have a full accounting of the votes then? I'm showing a 2-2 with one absent.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so the motion to go into closed session fails.
Yes, it did.
I guess I just make that point. It sounded like the other board member wanted to discuss this in open session, and since the motion to go into closed session failed, she may want to rejoin the meeting.
I believe she wanted to, she voted to discuss it in closed session.
Okay,
Excuse me, I've just received an ASAP phone call that I did.
Lois, how many did we have on Zoom at 9? Thank you.
You say 7 laws? Thank you.
I apologize. Did you all continue in my absence?
We did not.
No,
Oh,
There was no
okay.
further discussion.
I apologize to everyone. That
Hey,
was,
guys.
a phone call that had to be taken from a family member. Okay, so, last I knew Matthew was speaking. And I think he just confirmed that the vote to go into closed session was turned down, correct?
correct.
Okay. Was there any other comments after that, Matthew?
No,
Okay, all right. Well, we could reconsider the motion. So if someone had questions regarding one of the two legal opinions that they needed to get cleared,
Right, so I mean, you have a couple options there. One would be to ask those questions in open session. You do have the issue on your agenda. And you did have a full board attending, at least at the opening of the meeting. So I think you can discuss the matter in open session. Now, of course, you know, there's some limitations on potentially what can be discussed in open session versus closed session. The other option would be to have that member just reach out to our office individually, and we can chat with that member to answer those questions. And potentially some combination of all the above. Or as you state, you could also reconsider the motion. There is still a quorum. And if there is a unanimous vote, that would be a sufficient vote to go into closed session under the Open Meetings Act.
Right, right. I personally have no questions over what the attorney has written. So that was the purpose of my vote.
And I, like everyone else on this board, have continued to research this and reference the confidential attorney's opinions or writings with what has been publicly available and looking at reconcile those components. I don't think that I have any other questions to ask for clarity on.
Okay, all right.
The only question I'd like answered is, I'd like to know who Bob talked to at legal. That's still an open-ended question that I've had for quite a long time. But sooner or later, we'll find out.
Well, I did request some attorney invoices, I think from November and December. Looking for that very question. That was some time ago. But my review of our legal documents seems to indicate that maybe Bob had a question that may be more in line with our Lossy Road issue than this one. And so
Did he get the two confused? I don't
well,
know.
the timeline is off significantly here. Because those invoices were from 2022 and Bob made the statement in 2020.
Right.
So, yeah. Does anybody have a motion? Okay, so thinking along those lines. I can easily. Well, I shouldn't say that. I looked at this project from a couple of different angles. One, what are possible remedies for the current owner? I don't necessarily like a decision that took place long ago, was ignored. That's a wrong term. That's the wrong term. Was undiscovered. And now
Here it is.
here it is. And I've been on that receiving end personally more than I like. So I know how that feels. I also understand that this question is potentially a way to stop a development that many people don't like. I get that too. That's really not our role in this. So, you know, you take a look at adjoining land. that's available. It could be purchased and this project could be expanded and away it goes. It could be that simple. It might be a larger project than what the folks wanted originally, but nothing stops them from buying adjacent property and converting this into a proper land division. So for me, the new question is, if we deem it unbuildable, I don't think we are limiting the owner to that possibility of combining multiple lots of adjacent property to make this conform. So
Can you
my,
legally do that?
well, you know, I think the ordinance reads as unbuildable,
Does.
but if I take two pieces of land
I
and put
get,
it
I get
together,
that part.
does it then become buildable?
I'd like to hear that from the attorney.
And so I think that's an interpretation, right? That will certainly sway my opinions here. As I interpret the ordinance, and specifically this is ordinance 26, land division, with amendment 3 incorporated, we are to deem the lot unbuildable. But that does not mean that it's no longer of use.
Can't put a building on it.
So now, wait a minute.
Over 4 feet.
So with one possible exception, it seems to me like, and I may have this wrong, does amendment 3 require it to be pulled off the tax roll?
That would be, the lawyer would have to answer that.
I'm not aware of anything that would cause it to come off the tax roll under the Land Division Act or ordinance.
I'm sorry, Matthew, that wasn't real clear on our end.
Yep, sorry about that. I'm not aware of anything that would cause it to come off the tax roll under the Land Division ordinance.
Because if it was unbuildable, you'd still be paying for the taxes on the land.
So that must have been in one of the earlier amendments, or maybe even the original. But as long as it's not in 3. So we have options here. So thinking about combining 2 different lots to make a conforming lot. Before we went through the process of creating an unbuildable lot. I mean, that process was already done in 2022. The lot was deemed at that point, should have been deemed unbuildable. So, long story short, if it is deemed, yeah, I'm sorry, sure.
Well, when you're finished, I
Yeah,
have some
no,
comments.
that's good.
Well, I just disagree with several of your so-called facts. First of all, we can't force someone to buy additional land. And additional land may not even be available. If no land is available contiguous with this parcel, then you want to call the parcel unbuildable. The other fact that I disagree with is that back in 2020, had this, had a decision been made that this needed to go to the ZBA, and had it gone to the ZBA, it's very likely that the variance would have been approved. The ZBA, as Della has pointed out, maybe not on 10-acre parcels, but the ZBA has approved unanimously other variances in width to depth ratios in the recent past, fairly recent past, and likely before that. And so I don't think those are things that you can say, well, the property owner can just buy some more land. No, that's not an adequate solution for the current property owner. And as I say, likely, it's very likely, had this gone to the ZBA, it would have been approved. And this would have been approved before anyone else subdivided the other parcel. So I just don't agree with those, what you want to set forth as facts. I don't agree with those at all.
Well, I didn't mean to say it was factual information. What I meant to say is that any developer is going to have strategic plans, and this could be one of their strategic plans. As far as the ZBA approving the land split of A and B, they would have no grounds to approve it. Because, well, they wouldn't. Because it was owner created. There is clear evidence that the original split could have been reconfigured to comply with the 4-to-1 ratio.
However, the reason that this parcel was created in the manner that it was is because of some topographical issues, as I understand it, at the front of the lot. So it's very likely that that those issues would have been presented to the ZBA. And even though the width to depth ratio was self-created, the ZBA could have still given a variance for this and approved the variance in width to depth ratio of this lot. So of course, we don't know what the ZBA would have done for sure, but I don't think we can say for sure. They have a multitude of criteria that they look at when they decide the variances that are brought before them. And the self-creation criteria is only one of the criteria that they look at.
Again, I will vehemently disagree with that misinformation. And it's misinformation that's being touted by many people. If you take a look at the land division that is improper, moving the north line of parcel A north gets you further away from the wetland or whatever you want to call it. The
I was under the-
topographical hazard.
I was under the
So
impression.
go look at it.
But no, and I'm not arguing with that. I'm just
Well,
telling you
you're
that the
repeating
ZBA,
information that's
that the
incorrect.
ZBA may have approved this division the way it was. And so it didn't go to the ZBA. And the board never formally designated the ZBA as the body to decide these things. That's clear. And so it didn't go to the ZBA, but what is the current property owner's avenue if no additional land is necessary, is available to add to this parcel?
Yeah, I don't know what their options would be. I would easily think that, again, because we're not limiting, we are not limiting other requests for services. They could simply divide this lot. Now,
I haven't read that you can do that, so I would have to hear that from the attorney, but okay.
well, we would have to see how many splits were given to this particular piece
Correct.
in the transaction from Morrison to the original owner, whose name escapes me right now. But if there was a single division that was transferred during that transaction, you can divide it. I don't really know why we're here. Now, I did not look at the division aspect because it's not my project. It's not my strategy. My job here, I think, is to vote on whether or not we feel the division in 2022 complied with our ordinance. All elements of our ordinance.
Well, my homework went all the way up to the state. Everyone likes to talk to you till you explain the situation and then you get ghosted because nobody's ever heard of it before. Tom, thank you very much because I wish I could have talked to your brother because you got an answer. Okay. I still get incomplete answers at a higher level because this normally doesn't happen. It shouldn't happen. And I still can't get anybody to tell me what I'm supposed to really do about it. So I get opinions from the attorney, but you have to look at this at the end of the day. We got to follow the ordinances. How do we fix it? I'm to the point where if this is unbuildable, what do you do with it? Do you make it a carpool lot? I don't know. But when you look at all the situation, how it's handled, I don't understand why it kept going on and I mean, I would think if someone made a mistake, they'd be apologizing and trying to fix it. But if you look at the bigger picture, there's a lot of involvement here of who's responsible and what could go down the line. So if you look at the 3 people responsible, there's a lot of missing paperwork. That's another issue I have. So if you look at the 3 people responsible, 2 of them have responsibilities spelled out. The treasurer really, her responsibility is just check the taxes. Okay, but because she's our employee, that draws us into this. If we look at a bigger picture and it ends up, who knows where it's gonna end up. So I would like to hear from the attorney publicly so that the people can hear because they pay his bills. What real options besides the opinions he gave us do we have where we're at? If it's deemed unbuildable, could the party buy another piece of property and attach it? Or not? In other words, can he do that or not? Can the person that owns this unbuildable property now buy another piece, reconfigure it, and move on? I can't find that anywhere. So I'm sitting here reading all these rules. I've got hundreds of hours into this, and I still draw the same conclusion.
Haven't heard from you yet, Don.
Yeah, thank you for the offer here. This, I too have logged a great many hours into this, and it is easy to get twisted and turned. And I think the thing that at least I found myself trying to do was to avoid some of what we've already heard here today is speculation. You know, it playing a lot of what if, you know, well, what if this was caught by the ZBA or was caught by the zoning administrator, what might have happened, what, you know, what could have been done, what would have been an outcome, and there's just there's no humanly way possible to look at those permutations and try to understand and predict something that's just non-predictable. So coming back and trying to boil it down to, and before I say that, I do appreciate all the counsel that the attorneys have given. Some of it was very helpful. Some of it was a potential, just laying out potential options. And so I go back and I think about complex problems and trying to boil those down to the simplest common denominators to make the math easy. And so I too was troubled, as Heidi was, that multiple statements made by the ZA as to what happened, what, you know, then the admittance of a mistake, and then came back and there was some reference to the decision was made based on some wetlands. But again, there are no documents in that process that have been presented that that would support any of those claims. So when the two sides of the coin that I've looked at are simply, if the board was to, or my decision was to come down on the side to just ignore this, what would happen? And trying to quantify that as to what those risks are. They're not, again, they're not what ifs, they're quantifying what we think those risks are. Coming down on the side of supporting General Ordinance 26, there are also risks associated with some of that as well. And I think maybe you said it best, or maybe it was Cheryl, that, you know, we're here to make a decision based on General Ordinance 26 being the law of this township and the enforcement of General Ordinance 26. And I think that's where this, at least this is where, you know, I'm coming down on this.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Of your comments?
Yep.
So what I understood you to say, your last statement was, we're here to make a decision on General Ordinance 26. And I started to type nothing else, meaning all of the strategic solutions that might be available to the new owner are not part of our consideration here today. Was that the rest of? I don't want to put words in your
Yeah,
mouth.
I don't,
But is that what you meant by we're here to make a decision on general ordinance 26?
I think that's where it starts.
Okay.
That's where, I think it's where it starts and ends, because that's the crux of the matter in my mind.
Would the board like me to address the question from the trustee regarding the ordinance and reconfiguration, et cetera?
That's a good question. Thank you for asking that, Matthew. And so Heidi, oops, wrong screen. I wrote down that you would like to hear from the attorney what solutions the current owner has.
Correct.
Is that what you?
Yep, correct.
And then I'm springboarding to Don's comment, which I just clarified. And I kind of made a statement similar to you earlier, or to the board earlier, that kind of mirrors what you said. Knowing what the options are for the person could sway my opinion. But really, ordinance 26 is ordinance 26, and Don. So board, do we want Matthew to answer the question, what solutions the current owner has?
Well, I think he was wanting to respond to some of Don's, some of the things Don threw out as well. So I don't think it's limited to just what Heidi asked.
Okay, so
I'm good with that.
invite the attorney in, basically. Okay,
Absolutely.
I'm fine with that.
all right. Thank you, Matthew. Please don't take my actions offensively. I was just trying to get a clear-cut consensus of what the board wanted.
No, absolutely. It's your board, it's your meeting. So yeah, you have the legal opinions, and as trustee Glenn noted, there's several different options in there from kind of the board's perspective. So yeah, I'm happy to discuss any of those in more detail to the extent the board would like me to. Regarding the owner, there's a provision in section 7, subsection D. This is on page 4 of the zoning or of the Land Division Act, Land Division Ordinance, discussing the depth and width ratio. And the last phrase there, so it says the ratio of the depth to width of any parcel created by the division does not exceed a 4:1 ratio, exclusive of roads, yada, yada, and parcels added to contiguous parcels that result in all involving parcels complying with said ratio. So I think there's language in the ordinance that does contemplate if a parcel was previously designated, say, by the owner as non-buildable to get a split, and they could then potentially in the future add land to that via a combination application, which would then change the depth and ratio of that parcel, or conversely split off, potentially seek to split off the back half of something, so then it's not as deep. And the contiguous parcel would then comply with said ratio, and then they could, take actions under the ordinance via the administrative personnel of the township to, be able to qualify for zoning approval or building permits, et cetera. So I think there is an avenue there if someone was in a situation where they wanted to or could add property to create a compliant parcel. But there are, as we've laid out, there are certainly risks to the township on kind of both sides of this. There's language in the ordinance that supports conclusions, kind of going both ways on how you want to address the problem in front of the board presently.
as a follow-up, that was provision 7, Matthew.
Yes, it's section 7, subparagraph D as in Delta.
Heidi, does that answer your question? Now, I did not, again, I did not look at whether or not there were splits available on that land.
I didn't either.
So, I mean, but again, that really was not my decision. My decision is whether or not the original split, whether or not to uphold our ordinance. We know the original split did not follow ordinance 26, amendment number 3, and a partial job was done. So, yep.
Matt, I would like to know, you spoke earlier about discussing your legal opinion and things that we could talk about and not talk about. What can we talk about out of the legal opinion?
Well, I can attempt to address anything you'd like me to address. I may just be somewhat more circumspect in terms of the detail that I would go into on any particular provision.
May I interrupt for a moment? Previously, it has been, I think, advice given to us that we can talk about legal opinions in our own words. Do you kind of confer? Do you believe that to be true, Matthew?
Yes, I
And
would.
that,
I would certainly agree that you could say something like, you know, it's my opinion we should do X based on the legal opinion, or I read the legal opinion to support this course of action, or something like that.
does that help, Cheryl?
Well, I guess my question was to Matt, and so asking what we can talk about. So then basically we can talk about anything in the legal opinion as long as we don't quote directly from it.
I think that's a good rule of thumb.
Okay. So looking at the legal opinion,
First or second?
the March 30th legal opinion.
Okay.
And so it's clear in here that the board has been given some options.
Correct.
And it's clear that the legal opinion sets out that the township's land division ordinance does not address 10-acre parcels, 10-acre or larger parcels. Is that correct? Does not specifically address 10-acre or larger parcels. Am I?
Yeah, so this is you're bringing up there's an exemption in state law for parcels greater than 10 acres.
Yes.
And there isn't anything, it's unclear how the ordinance and that section ultimately work together. Simply because there isn't any case law interpreting that state law section. So how we interpret what the the land division ordinance says about the ratio and whether that applies to 10 acres or whether the 10-acre exception in the state law applies isn't fully clear because there is no case law telling us exactly what we could do.
Right.
how
But I'm sorry. But we do know that the drafters of the land division, the township's land division ordinance, for whatever reason they had, did not speak to parcels larger than 10 acres. Correct?
Correct. They did not explicitly speak to those parcels.
It does not explicitly speak to those, yet the State Land Division Act does exempt parcels 10 acres or larger from the any width to depth ratio requirement,
Correct.
unless it's provided for specifically in the local ordinance. Is that a correct statement?
Correct. The township can continue to exercise local control over those larger 10-acre parcels.
Right. However, my point is that the township drafters of this ordinance did not address the 10-acre or larger parcels. So for instance, if an owner of a property in this instance was wanting to challenge the township's land division ordinance, they could do so on the basis, well, probably on multiple bases, but one of their bases could be that the ordinance does not follow actually the State Land Division Act when it comes to larger parcels larger than 10 acres. Is that a
Correct.
possibility?
That is a possibility.
Sure.
So
I wasn't done with my questions yet. I want to just
Well-
get through my questions.
Okay.
Before, I didn't interrupt anybody else.
mine was going to, never mind.
Okay, and then also, because there is a statement in here, which I won't read, obviously verbatim, but there is a statement that there might be, and likely is, a duty on the township to state something with respect to the 10 acres. Is there not? There is a statement in the opinion.
We do discuss it in the opinion. I don't know if I'd go so far as to say it's a duty. But as we've gone through this issue has raised other questions about the land division ordinance. So it provides an opportunity, should other amendments be made, to clarify how the ordinance is intended to interact with the 10-acre provision in the state law.
And so is a requirement the same as a duty? Would you say? I'm just looking at page 5 at the top and the last sentence in the first paragraph.
Page 5 at the top. Oh, I see.
That was the statement that prompted my question.
Right, so what we're getting at there is the different ways to read the statute and how a court might potentially construe the statute versus the ordinance. Not so
Right.
much a duty or a requirement right now on the township that's clear, but rather considerations of how those provisions might be read together.
Right. And then there's also the consideration that since the township board back in 2011, I believe it was, did not specifically designate the ZBA, although they were asked to, they did not specifically designate the ZBA as the body who would make a decision on a variance of this type. It can be read that that there are multiple ways for approval of a of a width to depth ratio variance, that being the zoning administrator, correct?
Correct. So the first unnumbered paragraph of section 7 of the land division ordinance says that the governing body or other board or person designated by the governing body may approve land divisions that creates a resulting parcel with a depth width ratio greater than 4:1. So the governing body, other board, or person designated could be other board, could be the zoning board, and person designated could be the zoning administrator, all having that authority under the text of the ordinance.
And even the township board itself, correct?
Correct.
Correct. So what we have is our ordinance, the local ordinance is silent on who has been assigned, specifically assigned to grant width to depth ratios. And so what has happened is that apparently some have gone to the zoning board of appeals and some have gone through the zoning administrator. And apparently we haven't had anyone contest one of those. Of course, to contest the ZBA decision, you have to go to circuit court. And contesting the zoning administrator's decision would get you at the zoning board of appeals. But so our ordinance, since the board, a previous board never did designate the ZBA, it's fair to assume, and not really fair to assume, it just has been the practice that the zoning administrator, this seems to be the historical practice that the zoning administrator has approved those in this township. I guess I'm making a statement there, not actually asking a question.
Yeah, I would certainly defer to the township on your historical practices.
Right.
I can say that we have not seen any exclusive designation, meaning only the ZBA and no one else, authorized under the ordinance. It's not surprising that the ordinance has options about who can undertake certain actions. That then gives the township board flexibility to implement its policies as appropriate at different times without having to amend the ordinance. And like I said, I'll leave the historical practice to the township.
Yes. I'm just looking to see if I have other questions here. I'm almost finished, I think. And then there was a concern, there is a concern, I think, expressed in your opinion about substantial property rights. And so, are you able, to speak to, what those substantial property rights are and, kind of expand on that for the board?
Sure, and so essentially, the land division was approved, I think 3 years ago, 2.5, 3 years ago now at this point. And that's something that a property owner is going to believe that they can rely upon. And if the board at this time were to make a determination that that division was made in error and not approve any permits for that property, then there's a risk that the property owner, would disagree with the township on that conclusion and want to move forward, and therefore bring an action against the township, and not only to get approval for the land division and sort of clarify that legal question, but also potentially, seeking damages or making a takings claim. So there's various legal risks that would arise from going back to a permit that has been issued.
And I'm just curious, so the current property owners obviously could pursue that legal action. Could the other property owners in the chain of title also pursue legal action against the township? For instance, the first owner was a gentleman by the name of Pete DeBono. Would he be able to pursue legal action against the township, do you believe?
I'm gonna hazard a guess and say most likely not. Certainly the current property owner would. It's kind of an interesting question if there was a different property owner at the time the permit was submitted and approved, whether they would have standing. But I'm willing to hazard a guess and say probably not.
Okay. We do have, in the township, talking about historical things. Now, these are not, I believe, parcels over 10 acres in size, but on just one road over from where the subject parcel is on Skeegamog Point Road, which has a peninsula going out between Elk Lake and Skeegamog Lake. Development decisions out there were maximized as they are, on the water. And we have, I don't know, 100 or more, probably, what a prior zoning administrator called bowling alley lots. And so these are very long, narrow lots that do not meet, and in fact, they far exceed the width to depth ratio of the parcel in question. So what kind of does that, the fact that the township has numerous lots around the township, and I just know that that is one of the most obvious areas. I haven't looked all over the township to see if we have other parcels, whether under or over 10 acres, that exceed the 4-to-1 width to depth ratio. But what effect might that have, those prior divisions, if any, on a challenge to a decision by this board that this lot, if this board were to make a decision that this lot is unbuildable because it does not meet the proper width to depth ratio, what effect do those even far more variant from the width to depth ratio have on a challenge to the board's possible decision?
Yeah, so
Not to interrupt Matthew, but many of the lots you were just currently asked to comment on were created in the 30s. So whatever response you are thinking about, an additional comment may include if the lot was a lot of record before zoning, which would be in 1972, or potentially a lot of record before the Land Division Act of 1968. Thank you.
So it depends, right? And it depends on when those approvals were made and what circumstances, under what circumstances they were made. You know, there are provisions within the ordinance, your land division ordinance, that do permit ratios other than 4:1, and those may apply to those parcels. You indicated it was a peninsula, so it may be a unique area. It would really be something we'd have to look at, you know, closely in and of itself. Really, it could go one way or the other, and maybe both ways.
Thank you. And then, I guess, you did, make some recommendations in the opinion. Actually, 3 different recommendations where, 3 different recommendations that would basically ratify the zoning administrator's decision in this matter. And so the board could follow any one of those recommendations. And also you did caution, I'm asking just for your confirmation on this, you did caution the board about bringing an action regarding a violation of this act. And that was based on the substantial property rights. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt.
Yep.
Shouldn't we be addressing this as a mistake versus we're not addressing the mistake made. So everything we're making more confusion, but we're not addressing that the mistake was made and nothing was done about it. And here we are today.
I have a slightly different view.
Okay, I'll hear it. Go.
I believe the mistake was noted and covered up. That's what I believe.
I didn't want to go that. I didn't want to get.
Specifically on the video. This is the most disturbing part for me of this whole process. Is that during this original I'm gonna say preliminary condo plan, site plan
There you go.
review in front of the planning commission. The chairwoman at the time, Kim Mangus, has to extract this information, reminding the zoning administrator at least once that there was something else he wanted to say about this property. And I will again say that this came out after the planning commission all went, oh, yes, yep, we like this. Yep, this fits the ordinance. The total disregard for the ordinance, which he knew was in violation. The land division, which he knew was in violation. He didn't tell the planning commission until after everybody said, yep, we like the way it looks.
Correct.
That is unexcusable.
Yep. And in my homework, that's why the state said, and kicking it back to your ordinance, follow it.
You know, as painful as
This
this is
is
gonna be,
painful
as painful as
majorly.
this is gonna be, you know, we hired somebody to do a job.
Who's a contractor, not an employee.
We hired him from a job description that states you will follow the ordinance, you will administer the ordinance precisely as written.
Correct.
It was not. This is not on us. This is on the contractor.
To be on the assessor too. And because of the paperwork.
So moving forward, this board in Article 26, maybe multiple other places, we have to have some type of oversight
It's something because
of
we don't find out anything that happens till it's too late.
our, yeah, exactly.
I mean, at the preliminary site review, that's been my main concern this whole time. And one of the reasons why I stepped up to the plate, because if you don't go in the zoning administrator's office every Thursday and sit there and watch what's going on, you don't know what's going on till after the fact.
Yeah, and a lot of times 30 days after the fact is too long.
Listen, we got stuff that wasn't followed, you know, the people didn't get to have a voice, so we gotta handle this as a mistake, not, you know, well, you can't deem it unbuildable. Okay, we have somebody made a mistake. You know, normally when you do that, you try to fix it right away because the consequences, the longer it goes on, get bigger and bigger and more expensive. But I think we need to address how to handle the actions of our zoning administrator that put us here.
I'm not going to speak for the board, but that might be a different meeting.
Yep, it might be.
It's not the matter at hand.
It's not the matter at hand. Cheryl, do you concur? That it's not the matter at hand?
I don't have any comment.
So I understand what you're saying. I'm frustrated too. But I think we need to make a decision on our ordinance. So the motion I see coming forward is a motion to uphold the elements of General Ordinance 26, Amendment 3, as written.
I don't think we have any other choices.
I want to talk about findings of fact. Okay. So the findings of fact that we have no documentation.
That's what's blowing me away.
Well, hang on. we don't have a request for variance. And that parcel, parcel A is the one to the south, is that correct? I just want to make sure that I'm not,
Hold on.
parcel B is to the one to the south? D. Yeah. I didn't have it called up this morning.
Upside down.
Yes, it is. Yeah,
Parcel B is the one to the south.
parcel B is the one to the south.
Corn shaded one.
Okay, so the one to the top then is A. All right, so, no. I want to go back to the original land division. Oh, not that one. And I believe that, yep,
You want the survey?
no, I want the original Morrison land division.
Is it here? Yep.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
So, can we scroll?
What
down?
page are you on, Don?
Page 4.
And so I would like to reference that by file number.
3920A.
And then at a sheet 1 of 2. Is that what I read
That's
there?
what I'm saying, yeah.
Okay. So if we page up a little bit, is everybody on packet page 5?
Mm-hmm.
Four is the one with the. Was the one we just referenced.
So back to the findings of fact that parcel B could have been divided in a manner to make it comply with the ordinance.
Agreed.
Now, there is some controversy about the wetlands and so on and so forth.
Wouldn't that have to be brought to the table at the time of the first split? If it was a problem?
I would think that would be covered in the request for a variance to the ZA. I don't know.
Not available. We don't have the 9-piece paperwork.
And it is my recollection, I'm asking the group here, I'm asking the board members. The topographical issue that is being claimed, I think, is an area of cattails that really is south of parcel B currently.
Yep.
So moving that north line north could have prevented this.
Like I said, when you make a mistake, it's easier to fix it at the beginning.
So calculating the depth of parcel B You see 1881.13 plus 589, 567. 01. I come up with a total depth of 2448.14. Now, because this lot B actually has 3 different widths to it, does everybody see that? On the left, it looks like it has a width of 306. 06.26 by 567.01. Is that a 1.8 to 1 ratio?
What did you come up with the depth? Besides-
So on the very south line, I see 567.01.
Yeah,
Matthew, are you still on Zoom?
Yes, sir.
What I was attempting to do was confirm the ratio that was listed here. I don't know if it's in the packet or if it is in my report, that we do in fact exceed the 1-to-4 ratio. And then I was going to determine how many feet we would have had to move the north line. And in this case, I'm coming up with inches, quite frankly.
Yeah, because it's a ratio of 1.585. Is it not? It's in the finding of facts here.
What page is that, Heidi? Is that's the one I'm looking for?
This was in your. This is in the, is this you? Hold on. This is in the complaint on page,
Okay,
it's got the width, the
Yep.
depths, and the ratio come out to 1.5.85. That's why I asked if you wanted to see this one. This is the copy of the survey and the complaint.
and that's what I believe I was looking at, was a copy of the survey, but somewhere there was a number.
Right
And
here.
And so if the average is 1.58. But see, that's a newer survey. But that's where you come up with the 1.58 from?
Yep.
Okay, so that's on packet page 4. Where did you see the 1.58 number listed, Heidi, on that survey?
On the bottom. This is out of the original, this is out of the original packet, the first. It's right in the complaint, it's page.
Okay, so we're back to the complaint. I
Yeah.
got it.
2, 3.
So I just wondered, Matthew, if during the review, that 1.58 number was confirmed.
We have not done an extensive mathematical analysis of the depth to width ratio. Essentially, the historical presentation was that the zoning administrator approved the land division with a greater depth to width ratio, and therefore we didn't find it necessary to determine exactly what that depth to width ratio is or was at the time.
All right, so in the Highmore complaint, they indicate that it's almost 1-to-6. And so if we were to take the 1-to-6 as law, which I'm kind of uncomfortable in doing. Well, maybe it's not important to determine how much further north that lot line should have gone to make it. Maybe in our findings of fact, we just note that it could have gone further north and been in compliance. Does the board see any
Is there
value?
some reason it has to go north as opposed to south?
Yeah, because south is where the cattails are at.
You're just talking about how to, what they would, how far you'd have to move it. You're saying inches. To meet the proper width to depth ratio. I don't know why they would be required to move in only one direction.
Because they don't own the property to the south.
Well, they don't own the property to the north either.
Morrison's did. Morrison's owned both A and B.
But they don't now.
Correct, they don't now. So in our findings of fact, request for variance is non-existent. Could have been divided to be compliant. Moving north line. Does that make sense?
Yeah, they had that opportunity.
Everyone does understand that Morrison owned both. Again, I'm looking at packet page 4. Morrison owned both what appears to be pink and green. Is that a correct statement to everyone here, or is that incorrect?
At the time, they owned that.
Yep. Is that your understanding, Cheryl?
They owned it all. It was a huge orchard.
So that's a yes?
I'm agreeing that they owned it all.
Okay. Heidi, is that your
Yeah.
understanding? Okay. And looking at this particular file number dated 5/27/20. Sorry,
So if that was, you said it was 100 acres?
the north line of B could have been moved north, didn't have to look like that, like a flag or whatever you want to call that. What other things would you like to include in a findings of fact?
I guess you start with, gotta start at the beginning, go all the way down to the end again.
What about addressing the question of topographical inconvenience? Again, I think you asked this
Right,
question.
was
already,
there, right,
Heidi.
was there any, there's no, if, everything I've read, if there's an issue with the property before it's supposed to be presented at time of purchase or split, at that time, they're supposed to bring the deed requirements, all that has to come to the table. I've sat in closings and never seen deed requirements, so, until after the fact. So this whole process, I don't know how you're gonna do it. Because we're not privy to a lot of this until after the fact.
Okay, let's focus on
At the
Th-
time,
that.
That's what I mean. At the time,
well, I'm saying there's no record of any environmental concerns being brought forward.
Nope.
I know that it's been said that the ZA said that he had it, but there is no existing documents that can be found unless somebody's got them. I've asked for them myself. So just to understand what was there, but that was an after the fact statement. So I don't have any way of knowing whether there was anything presented, but there's nothing in the file as it stands currently.
So I think you said it very, very well. What I captured was no record of, you said environmental,
Concerns, yeah.
and I think Cheryl said topographical, which is what I recall being stated. So as a finding of fact,
can those
And-
two be considered the same?
can we mention both?
Sure.
Yeah, I think they're two, they could possibly, they can be of the same thing, they could be inherently different, so I think we should mention them both.
So no record of topographical or environmental
Circumstances, extenuating circumstances. Adverse circumstances.
How many should we have? That's 3.
How detailed do you want to get?
Well, I want to make sure that we can address my major concern, which I've already reiterated, and that is the hiding of this issue.
Well, there's also a checklist that has several different things on it that's supposed to be followed, and
So I've never seen that checklist.
I haven't either. I've been looking for that checklist since
So-
I started, so.
Where that came from, have no idea. It certainly didn't get approved by the board. Not that it would have had to, I guess, but I mean, we're moving that direction with all of our documents. I've never seen that document in the township before.
It's in the Land Division Act, but. Do we go through the file cabinet page by page to find out where the paperwork is, or does it just not exist?
Well, the Highmores did a FOIA. You
I
should
saw
see that
that.
in my report.
I saw that. I'm well aware of that.
Yep, and so I think they also then followed that up when they didn't get any information back with respect to a variance. Making sure that all of the information was provided.
Correct?
And I think you see an email in there from Bob that says, yep, that's all I got. I think 3 findings of fact are. The short answer is, we just started a lawsuit. No
You
matter
know what? I
what
have,
way we
I
go.
have thrown this out on a table. I have dissected it to the nines. It's like, we do this, oh, we're gonna do this. We get this, oh, we're still gonna do. Even the state will kick it back to you and say, follow your ordinance. So you know what? Follow our ordinance and suffer the consequences at this point, because we don't have anything else to do.
Yep.
I mean, I don't like having to even make this decision. I didn't like having to spend hundreds of hours. I'm not kidding you. I think I spent 4 hours a day since for years now this is going on. So I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't. So I'm gonna follow the law, because if you don't, what's next? So I'm gonna make hopefully the right decision. to stop what's been happening so that maybe it doesn't happen again?
So Heidi, your words provided two additional findings of fact that I just want to run by the board to see if you think it's of value to record them. The first is the ordinance is the law. Is
Is
that a
it?
true statement?
I don't know. Why do we have them? Should we just throw them in the garbage?
Well,
We-
we've been told that the ordinance is the law by several people.
Well, here's the thing, you either have, let's not even say it a lot, let's call it rules. Okay, you can bend them, you can't break them. So if you want to call it rules, then we have rules and we need to follow them, and whatever predicament it takes us into, we deal with it when it comes. And I got lots of homework for that when you're ready.
Cheryl, do you agree that the ordinance is the law?
I think the law's got some holes in it. And I think I brought that out with the attorney.
So the ordinance is not law, in your opinion?
I'm not gonna say the ordinance is the law or the ordinance is not the law. We have the State Land Division Act, we have the local ordinance. And I believe the attorney has pointed out some holes in our local ordinance.
Matthew, are you still on?
There you go.
Yes, sir.
Because an ordinance has flaws, does it make it not the law?
Would they be flaws or content?
No, I wouldn't make that characterization.
Would you make the characterization that the ordinance is the law?
Yes, an ordinance is a local law.
Okay.
Thank you.
A local law, he said.
Okay.
Flawed or unflawed? And then the second thing that you triggered in my mind, Heidi, was the importance of following township ordinance.
I think we just
Is-
got in that predicament a little while ago.
Is that an important element
Yep.
for you?
Yep.
Cheryl, is that an important element for you?
If you want to put it in the findings of fact, go ahead.
Okay. Don,
Follow the township law.
do you think it's a reasonable findings of fact?
I do.
Okay. So that gives us then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 findings of fact.
What are the fourth and fifth as stated?
So the fourth would be the ordinance is a local law, flawed or unflawed. The last one is following township ordinance is important to the board.
That's fine.
Or should it be important to society? I mean, I don't know.
How
Where
about
do you
important
want
to the greater good?
Important to the community.
Use the greater.
I
good.
think it's important to the community. I think they should know that what's out there is applicable and it resonates through the entire citizenry.
Can we use the greater good in your opinion?
That would be fine by me.
Okay. So Cheryl, I think the final rewrite following township ordinance is important to the greater good. And can we come up with a motion then? From these findings of fact?
Hmm,
Did I already state something earlier, Sharon?
I think you did.
Well, you said there will be a motion to uphold the elements of General Ordinance 26, Amendment 3 as written.
Maybe instead of elements, would a substitute term be provisions?
Maybe we should ask the attorney. He's on the line.
Matthew, how would you say our ordinance has provisions or elements in it? Or do you recommend a different term?
I think the issue is not whether the ordinance has provisions or elements, but rather what action is the motion taking.
Thank you.
Gotcha.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So by that specifically, you mean, let's see, that the lot would be declared unbuildable in accordance with section of ordinance 26.
Right, so I think based on the findings of fact, what I hear the direction the board heading is finding a non-compliance with the land division. So under section 10 of the ordinance, it would not be eligible for building permits, zoning approvals, special land use approval, or site plan approval.
I mean, we're paying them by the hour now. Let's get it right.
So it would not be eligible for, you said, I believe, building permits,
Correct,
site plan review, and special land use?
correct, or zoning approvals.
I think he's reading basically the lines that are in there that basically state those are. He may have recited them just in a different order, but that's the wording that's in the section 10.
Exactly.
Gotcha. So the motion then would be based on the findings of fact. What's the parcel number?
Get the right one.
Right.
I'm not saying this is it for certain, but for double checking, I see it as parcel number 13 -136 -001 -02, but a strongly requesting a
Yeah,
second
I'll,
verification of that.
We'll get there.
I'd like to ask Matthew another question. Hey, Matt,
Yes, ma'am.
um, So the property becomes unbuildable. Does it stay unbuildable for its entire life?
No.
That under section 7.
Okay,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear his answer.
I didn't either.
So no, I think there could be circumstances in the future that would allow the parcel to become buildable.
Good, could you enlighten me, please? In common layman terms?
Sure. So there's kind of two we've discussed already. One would be if the property owner disagrees with you and asks a court to come out to a different conclusion, and a court could say, you know, this division was fine and therefore the lot becomes buildable. Another option we discussed was if there was property added to if there was a combination to this lot, that would then cure the split combination or would cure the depth to width ratio by, combining land in a way that would cure the issue. Then you could have an owner as part of that combination, ask for an explicit confirmation that the new parcel number will be buildable and that the previous action, basically is set aside as something applying to a historical parcel that no longer exists because of a combination.
Thank you, sir.
You did have the right number.
Yeah,
Tony.
I found that 2 or 3 other places
Yep.
too, so.
Um, Cheryl, can you tell us, from your point of view, when Amendment 3 to Article 26 became effective? You provided
It's in the opinion.
February.
It's in the opinion.
All right, so what's the
It's in-
date?
You have the opinion. I don't,
Matthew, what's the date?
Let me try and find it here.
Thank you.
Matthew, I think it's on page 1 of the March 30th correspondence in the bottom paragraph. I think that's the date we're looking for.
Yeah, so the minutes were February 8th, 2011. Then it would have been published and become effective. I know we have that publication.
The February
I'm
2nd.
I'm coming up with February 8th of 2011, but I'd like verification of that as well.
no, that's not when it would have been effective.
Right, but that's the genesis of it.
That's when it would have been published.
I believe that's when it was adopted.
Correct. So it was published February 17th of 2011. And it was to become effective 30 days after publication. So that would be time in March. February 17th. And 30 days. So Saturday, so March 19, 2011. Be the effective date.
Thank you. So what I have then for a motion is, and I don't know that you need to type anything yet, Cheryl. If you want, I can provide you with something. Based on the findings of fact, we find the parcel 2813-136-00102 non-compliant with Whitewater Township General Ordinance number 26, Amendment 3, effective March 19, 2011. Specifically, Section 10, and is not eligible for any building permit or zoning approvals, such as special land use approval or site plan approval, and shall not be recognized as a separate parcel on the assessment roll.
Read those, the numbers back at the beginning of that.
Based on the findings of fact, we find the parcel 28-13-136-001-02 non-compliant with Whitewater Township General Ordinance number 26, Amendment 3, effective March 19th, 2011. Specifically, Section 10.
I just wanted to double check those numbers.
Hey, Ron.
Yeah,
So section 10 is the penalty section, the consequence section.
right.
I think the part that it's non-compliant with that you're looking for is section 7D, the depth to width ratio.
Yeah, I agree, Matthew, and reading it through the second time. I concur. Is the board in the same spot? I don't think we're non-compliant with section 10 because that's kind of like the penalty phase.
Yep, that's the effect of it. I would agree. 7D.
Okay, so I'm going to change that to section 7D as in David.
But the other thing I want to raise, now that you've gone through that, looking at the non-compliance, and you noted it would not be a separate parcel on the assessment roll. I think that comes back to the earlier question of how the taxes would be treated for the parcel. So I didn't see that language earlier, and it adds some substance to that question.
I
that
think Cheryl had a question, Matthew.
Did you say 7B as in boy or D as in dog?
D is in dog.
Thank you.
You know, Matthew, I do see the need maybe to truncate the back end of the motion, eliminating shall not be recognized as a separate parcel.
Okay,
Does that eliminate your concern?
it certainly addresses it.
Well said. So the reread would, based on the findings of fact, show, do we attach the findings of fact to this motion, or what's your thought there, Matthew?
They should immediately precede the motion in the minutes.
Okay, they will immediately precede, come before. Based on the findings of fact, we find the parcel 28-13-136-001-02 non-compliant with Whitewater Township General Ordinance number 26, Amendment 3, effective March 19th, 2011, specifically Section 7D as in David, and is not eligible for any building permits or zoning approvals, such as special land use approval or site plan approval, period. I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion.
So. Got this covered, we got this covered.
Are you in the process of formulating a question?
No, I'm good. Just making sure I'm like going down my checklist.
Okay, Cheryl, questions?
Nope.
Don, questions?
Nope.
I have none. Roll call when ready.
Goss, no, Valmuth,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Benedict absent.
Matthew, thank you for being with us today. I would say just keep your phone line open, because I'm certain we'll be talking again by the end of the day.
My pleasure.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay. Yeah, thanks. Next thing on the agenda is boat ramp expansion. Heidi, are you able to transition into the boat ramp?
Yep.
Cheryl, have you been able to Good.
Waiting.
Okay. That's all right. It's what we get paid to do. I think I would need this. I sent out an email and a critique, I guess, of the contract documents, all 235 pages of it. I hope nobody else read the 235 pages, but maybe you did. What do you want to do about the math error? And specifically, I mean, when we made a motion to fund this project, we used Molon's number, which actually, I don't think was added up correctly.
That's where the $207, it's in their February 13th Whitewater bid letter.
And then F and V kind of probably just copied that. But really, when you tabulate up the numbers, as you see on page, let's see, so I am using just the contract document. And I sent a link to it on packet page 76.
I got it on packet page 78.
How did you like the use of the links rather than having a 400-page packet. Did that work out for everybody?
I liked it better, but you have to know how to click it, you know.
I,
Some people have come and said, you're supposed to click this? Yeah, click it.
I found it helpful.
I thought it was extremely helpful. Because when you're referencing stuff, it's easier to go back and find it versus going through agendas and everything else.
Okay. So if you have clicked the link, then I am on page 9 of the agreement or contract. I'm sorry, I should call it the right name.
Yep.
I believe that math is correct.
$23,000.
We added, yeah, we had the 461 and we added the 23,900 which brought that up to, and then that's where the discrepancy came in. The math on that versus the Mullen letter being $207 less than that 934. But the contract numbers appear to be correct. So I don't think the reliance using the number in Mullen was incorrect. So the question is, I value the 484, 934, 71 as the correct number. That ties out to there. So
Cheryl, is that your thought?
I'm adding something. Well, the 207 is our math error.
Yep.
So,
But we got the number from both the Molon letter and the F&V letter.
well, I'm looking at the motion
Yep.
on February 16th. And the bid phase 1 items 1 through 9 were 461,034.71. Then there was the correction letter for 23,900. Then there was A, B, D, and E at 39,562.64. And those add up to 524,497.35, which I think Don might have actually given us that number, but then we disagreed with it. Don did give us that number. And then somehow Della and I got 524,290 or 291. And so Don had the correct number to begin with. And so what we approved in the motion was an incorrect amount. We should have approved 524,497.35.
I think 524,
497.35.
which would have been the additional $207.
That's exactly right, because that's what those three numbers I just named off add up to.
Right.
But I almost think that when, if I remember correctly, Ardella maybe made the motion. She had Molon's letter. And that's probably where we come up with that.
Well,
But
she
doesn't really-
made the motion and she named off these amounts, and what I'm saying is that we added them up incorrectly. That's what happened. The numbers she has in here do not add up to where we have in the motion for a total cost of 524,290.35. That's not what those three numbers add up to. This
Right.
was our error.
But if you look at packet page 16,
16.
yep,
In what document? I'm looking at page 87 here.
in the contract.
I have the revised packet. And packet page 16 is not about the boat launch.
So I think you missed clicking the contract.
On what page?
76.
Yeah.
On page 76, Cheryl, there are 5 bullet items listed there. The top one has a blue hyperlink at the end of the statement on item number 1, 2, which should take you to that contract only document.
On page 76 in the revised packet. 76 in the 5/3/2023 revised packet. It's still on Highmore.
Did you look on page 77?
On page what?
Hold on, I'll go. I'll
Try
back.
77.
Okay, so I see contract manual.
Hit click here,
I did that.
okay? Now go to page 17 or
I'm on page 16.
16.
So they also made a $207 math error. Isn't that right?
Yeah,
The
I think our
461,034.71 plus the 23,9 comes to 484,934.71. And if you subtract the 484,727.71, you get 207.
Yep. I think Ardella read the number rate rather than us adding those up. So I think correctively speaking, should we remake a motion with the right number in it to adopt this project?
What page are you saying the number needs to change on? 16?
No.
What page is that on? Isn't it in the
27.
packet in the revised packet?
It's not sure.
And then where is it?
It's
There's a
in the
lot of
contract
documents here.
document on page number 0045004100-2.
That's not a page number of this document. I'm in the contract document. What page number is it on? This document is numbered page 1 through 235.
Okay, so you don't want the page number of the document, you want
She wants,
where it's located in the contract document.
correct, she wants
Yeah.
that page number,
That page.
Page 9.
what I thought.
That's,
It was 7 or 9. Everybody went to lunch.
do we have anybody from F and V on Zoom, Lois? Hi, Andrew. Because,
What's the question, Cheryl?
well, the question is that original bid is the 461,034.71, I thought.
Total of all.
You won't, you get the 484 by adding the 23,9
For item one.
to that number, which isn't shown in that table there. Unless it's shown up here a little bit further. I don't see that. And I haven't added those independently up. You want to add the 23,9. This is your insertion in red.
No,
You-
it's not.
It's not? Okay, who put that in there then?
You got hit
I
with a-
assume F and D.
That's what I assumed.
Okay,
All I did was
So
I made the
then- so
comment
then-
there, drawing our attention that that value is different than our motion. So the business is at hand is, do you want to correct the motion? Or do you want to subtract the $207? I say we correct our motion because I believe we were wrong.
then you would just make the motion to do so. Can you come back tomorrow by any chance? Yeah. Okay. Sure. I'll do that. Thank you.
Frank, can you give me that amount again, too?
I'm currently in a much different area.
That's okay.
I'll make a motion. I'm sorry, I'm where I'm where I need to be. Can I
Okay.
answer your question?
Can I have that full amount for the $200? 20. Not important. I'll get
Are you
it.
talking about the 207?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted the
This was
sense.
200 and some change. Let's see, I do have it in a note here.
I was just trying to figure out where the note was.
So it's on electronic packet page or contract page 9.
Yep.
And it's in a red square box. If you just tap on it, it opens up.
Okay, thanks.
And it's an even 207. Is that what you came up with?
Yeah,
John?
that's what
I said there was some change,
Yeah,
but
that-
I'm
That's
incorrect.
okay. That's okay.
I'm incorrect. It's an
all
even
right.
207. Did the comment open up for you?
No.
Just have to hover over it.
Hover over it.
Just put your cursor on it.
I don't have a cursor. I got a thumb.
Okay. You have a pointer finger. So I'll make a motion
Oh, here it is. I see. Okay.
to award Molon Excavating the bid for phase 1 of the Whitewater Township Park Improvement.
For
project.
phase 1. of
It's gonna be the
Whitewater
same
Township
motion that
Park
Ardella made,
Improvement.
okay? So it's gonna be the same motion that Ardella made on 216. Except that the cost will be $484,934.71.
Before the alternate bid items. Because her motion included the alternate bid items. On 216.
And I'm gonna throw one more wrench into that because if you're adjusting that 461,034, Ron, up by the 23, the next line, the next statement following that says plus the correction letter dated 2/13/2023 in the amount of 23,900. If you add, if that bid, if the motion as it read from 216, the 461,034.71 is now then adding in that motion, if I'm looking at the same motion that you made, adding the amount of 23,900. So if you bump that number to 484,934, then you will have to strike the plus the correction letter dated, because otherwise you're accounting for that twice is my read.
That's correct.
So I only copied a portion of the 216 motion.
I guess what I'm getting at is I think we've accounted the Mullen letter is off 207, but our correction, the 461,034.71 plus the 23,900 is the correct amount. I'm not sure. I'm starting to. And I just pulled up those minutes, so GMA, I should have them open sooner, but I'm not sure that there has to be. Because where would the 207 be cause for adjustment in that number? Wouldn't be up or down because we've accounted for it. It's just split into two parts, the 461 as it normally started, and then we add the 23,900. We line item separated those.
Somewhere between adding the 461 figure, the 23,900 figure, and the 39,562 figure, which were all in the 216 motion, we came up with the incorrect amount of 524,290. So if you want to correct anything, you should be correcting the total that was you should be correcting the total that was stated, the total cost, which was stated in the 216 motion, from 524,290.35 to 524,497.35. Because if this is F and B's correction to 484,934.71, that's a correct amount. That is the addition of 461,034.71 and the 23,900. They simply put in here, I mean, I guess they put in here the red. I didn't know who put the red lines in here and the highlighting of the red.
Well, Andrew's on Zoom, but not up there, Lois?
Not responding.
Okay.
You might have had to step away.
So the number, the last number in that line in the board minutes, where it says it currently reads $524,290.35. When you add up the volume of numbers above that, I come up with $524,497.35, which accounts for that $207.
Yes, exactly.
But. And because the numbers are there and the numbers are correct. The motion should be to change that last number from 524 to 290 to change that number. Based on a mathematical error.
But
Is your-
that doesn't change the contract because the alternate bid items are in a change order, I believe.
Is your final number 524, 497, 35?
Yes.
So
I guess
the motion will read identical to 216, except change Bennett to Pop. So let me know when you have the base.
Well, I'm just putting right now, motion by Pop, identical to 216.
Okay, to award Molon Excavating the bid dated 1/30/23. That doesn't change. Phase 1, items 1 through 19 doesn't change. We all agree that that cost was 461,034.71, correct? Plus the correction letter dated 2/13/2023 in the amount of 23,900.
Yep.
We agree that's correct. And we also selected alternate bid prices A, B, D, and E as in Edward at a cost of 39,562.64. Is that the number we have?
Yes, that's the number.
That's the number.
Yep.
Everybody concur then?
I do.
Of the Whitewater Township Park Improvement Project for a total cost of $524,497.35. Based on the recommendation of Flees and Vanderbrink Engineering Firm.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
I'll second that motion.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Bennett is absent. Glenn?
Yes.
Goss, yes. Valmuth?
Yes.
Pop?
Yes. Did you find the list helpful?
I did.
Talking about this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I believe we have the first paragraph taken care of that resides on packet page 76. And so our next concern then is on page 25 of the agreement. Is that following along the agenda with everyone?
Yeah, page 25 in the contract manual, not the packet.
Correct. Yeah. This is the section I thought we were originally looking at potentially a different engineer to help us with.
Yeah, we kicked around a number of names in an earlier meeting.
Yep. And it specifically becomes important because, and I'm gonna jump around here one spot. one of these comments indicates that just because F and V creates a payment form does not mean they inspected the work to be complete. There is a disclaimer.
F and V doesn't create the payment form. Molon Excavating creates the pay applications.
Does F and V look at the pay applications?
F and V has to inspect the work that the pay application says has been done to make sure that it's done to the specifications and quality required. And then they sign off on the pay application and then we pay.
And I'm telling you, there's an exclusion in there that says that's not true.
Well, F and V is not going to be creating the pay applications.
Okay, so I stated that incorrectly. The fact is, what your impression is appears to be wrong.
Where do you, where's the
I'll find
statement
it.
that you're
I'll
talking
find it.
about? Okay,
We're still in the contract.
Yeah, I'm in the contract document I didn't see it in the list. I can't
They're
believe I
talking
didn't.
about it.
I mean, if are you going to who the designated representative is going to be here, or what are you exactly getting at? Because you said page 25.
And that led them into a discussion. And while we're at it, on 25, where the guy scratched out his name, he needs to initial it, or it might not be a legal document.
So yes, the township board will have to appoint someone or approve someone to sign the contract. And the township board will have to appoint a designated representative. But F and V cannot fulfill the role of the owner's rep.
It's on contract page 108.
Which paragraph?
I'm making sure that everybody gets page 108 first, Cheryl.
Okay,
So.
I'm
Heidi, are
good.
you there?
Yep.
Okay, so you, at the top of your screen, can you enter in the page number?
Oh, I'm there. I didn't
Oh,
even know I
okay.
could do that. I'll figure it out.
Okay,
I'm good. I'm on page 108.
okay. So this is in paragraph 3. It's highlighted in red.
well, you have a paragraph 3 highlighted in yellow also.
I guess if I was referring to the one in yellow, I would have said the one in yellow,
Okay.
but I.
Well,
Well,
I'm
it's
just-
interesting. If you read
I
the
said
one
the
in
one
yellow.
in red.
Yep, and if you read the one in yellow, anyways, it would take you down to 3, so you're good.
I don't necessarily see a problem with this, but I think it's. I'm sorry, has everybody had a chance to read?
Mhm.
No,
to read-
because I have to read some of the paragraphs before that to make sure I'm reading paragraph 3 in context.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready. Did you finish, Cheryl?
I did.
I'm good.
It seems to me like 3 counteracts 2.
And I think we need Andrew to explain that.
So somebody dial.
Because 2 makes it sound like they are inspecting the work.
Yep.
Sure does.
And I believe that that's what their contract, which we don't have their PSA in this packet. But I believe that that's what the PSA says also.
So these are standard general conditions. It's in every contract. And I just think that's an escape clause.
Ooh, I could,
Yeah,
didn't
I
think
mean,
looking at that.
in 3A, paragraph 3A underneath there, they use what more, I guess, aggressive terms, the work, it has been performed with exhaustive, extended to every aspect of the work in progress, or involved detailed inspections of the work beyond the responsibilities specifically assigned to the engineer. C1, 2 subsections A, B, C say they're going to do this, but they are not going to be, and I'm just making it an analogy. If there were bolts that had to be torqued down to 60 pounds, they're not going to check
test that.
those, but, they're attesting that the planks have been put together and
The screws actually are tight.
yeah, so I agree with you, Ron. It's a a cover position. But I guess the question is, even though it's standard, I think I would like to get an answer from Andrew as to, why the belt and suspenders here.
Can we call them up?
Because it seems protectionary for them.
Well, I think, like you said, it's a general inspection. Mark Pressel on the fire station project did the same type of thing. He walked around with the pay application, looked at the current pay application, looked at the work that was on the pay application to be paid, and made sure that work was done. But did he, do like the torque measurements and stuff like that? No, he didn't do that kind of stuff. The whole building had to pass, an inspection eventually to get the C of O. So, maybe the building inspector's looking for that. I don't know. And of course, the DNR is going to be hovering on this project too, remember? And so the engineer doesn't check every minor detail. I don't see any problem with the language personally. That's not what they're getting paid to do.
Heidi?
We still have to find somebody to put in those other boxes too, correct?
So I was merely using this paragraph as a potential supportiveness, a support mechanism, if you will, for getting a skilled person there. I mean, but maybe the board isn't interested in that. I don't know.
Oh, no, you want checks and balances.
I mean,
You want
I-
double checks, triple checks. Look at our last project. Come on, no, oh, whatever. No, we gotta get it right, dude.
I didn't know what a turbidity curtain was when I started this project. Or when we first started this project. I do now.
What, do you want to explain that word to the public? Well, probably nobody's here, so it doesn't.
Well,
matter.
my point is that I'm certainly not skilled to work in the water.
Nope.
So I'm a fish out of water in this particular case.
They all are.
So Don, with respect to this language, you're good with it?
Yeah, I don't, it doesn't bother me. I'm not troubled by it.
Okay.
So. But I do agree that we need somebody because, you know, the marine engineering aspect of this is certainly nothing that I've ever experienced.
So I'm gonna change this one to green. And we won't have to deal with it when we get to it. So I think that takes us back to packet page 25. And if we need more time to think about this person, you know, I've not reached out to anybody because I thought we kind of just decided this person is going to be a board member. But I'm telling you,
Oh,
I'm
no,
not
no.
qualified.
I don't think any of us are. I mean, we can watch the work and see something getting done, but I could.
Well, the owner's representative is not there to inspect any work or, you know, make any determinations about that type of stuff. The owner's representative is only there to bring change orders back to the board and have some authority to resolve minor issues that come up that, you know, well, we thought we were gonna, do this, but now we've got to do this. And you're getting to the same place. Minor issues that come up so that the project is not at a standstill, waiting for a board meeting to happen. That's what the owner's rep does. I acted as the owner's rep on the fire station project and brought all change orders every month back to the board. And at that time, we were having 2 meetings a month. And because no other board member except for Lloyd one time went to a single progress meeting. And I went to every one of them. So that's what the owner's rep does. They're not specifically, they don't have to have any specific expertise in marine construction or fire station construction or anything like that. They're just the go-between between the contractor, the engineer, and the township to keep the project moving. And I believe there's actually a policy that says the supervisor is in charge or something of all capital projects. So I think that's already in our policy that it's supposed to be the supervisor that does that. I'd have to go pull out the actual policy, but
What policy number do you think that is?
I don't remember now. It's something. Can't remember if I can't remember what section it's in.
Well, even if
Capital
it's in-
improvements, maybe. I think there's a capital improvements or public works.
Yep.
Section.
So that'd be section 7.
okay, but even
It
if
could
there,
be that one.
even if there is, you just said you want help. You don't want to do, you want help doing this. You want to get another set of eyes. I agree with that, but what type of person do you want to get to oversee it? Do you get somebody that's super into all the rules and regulations of the water? I went back and looked at some boat launches, one in particular Torch Lake, and their zoning administrator took care of most of it. So I don't know what to tell you what to do.
Well, as Cheryl pointed out, 7.2 management of capital improvement public works project. 7.2A responsibility. The township supervisor shall manage all capital improvement and public works projects conducted by the township. So we didn't follow it before.
Apparently not, because we would have had better looking dugouts.
The board approved the design of the dugouts, Heidi.
I know all about your dugouts, Cheryl. I'm not gonna dwell in the past.
Wonderful.
Does it say anything about delegation in there or designee?
So
He needs some support staff underneath.
Andrew,
that.
if you're gonna share chats, share them with all the board members.
Yeah, because I'm not on Zoom.
Neither am I, so I'd like them just read. Or ask him to just repeat it.
Yep.
Is he on there?
Says he
Andrew.
is, but there's no chats that show up on my login.
Do you unmute him, Lois?
He's in a meeting and isn't unmuting himself.
Okay,
He's
So,
just chatting.
he's not
He's
available.
contacted.
He's not available.
So I found a note of mine from 2/9, where I see owner's representative. Some of the discussion was talking around with, and I may have some of the names spelled wrong, a Pat Mission,
Machine. Mhm.
Mission, CZ Buck, Ches Buck, or
Gosling Zubak.
Zubek. Zubek, Brian and Newhoff, Gordy Frazier, RSI, and listing a few as
RCI.
RCI. I gotta get better handwriting. Potential owners representatives. So,
So I reached out to, I believe, Gordy Frazier. And Gordy Frazier said they wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole
Bye.
unless they engineer it.
That's
Oh,
just
I
it.
get it.
They're
I
not
get it.
gonna inspect it.
Okay,
That's right.
I have another question. How does your new park manager feel about aiding and assisting you, Ron? Because all you're basically, you're either looking for somebody to do it for you and come back and report. So you're just looking for a team underneath you.
Well, as we've learned, just because the policy says
I know.
somebody is supposed to do something, doesn't mean
I
that person.
completely get it.
Well, that policy should have been reviewed back then. No one was appointed as the owner's representative on the fire station project, and shame on the board for not bringing that policy forward. It was since then that I've discovered it.
I'll have my hands full with the boat wash station.
The boat wash station or the whole project?
I'm committed to the boat wash station.
That's not even going in this year.
Okay, just because it's not going in doesn't mean his homework didn't already start.
I don't think you can honestly say that.
No, because right, we're doing the preliminary work for it so that, oh, wow.
That's not my memory of what the board agreed on at one of the meetings. I'm not sure.
Well,
which
wait a
one.
minute,
Maybe
are
it
we
was
having grading done at the same time?
216. No, we're doing the site work for it, but I don't believe that that was going to actually go in this year. I believe that is in the minutes somewhere, but I could be wrong.
So for the point of this conversation, I will accept these duties because the manual, our policy and procedure manual states it.
How about you reach out and delegate some stuff?
I was gonna say, expect my resignation on this.
Okay,
Well,
that was
I
an
mean, I'm not,
interesting way to put it, but okay.
well, all I'm saying is that, you know, I want to surround myself with good people on this particular project.
That's great. So.
Well, we allocated what, $30,000?
I think $30,000 for it, yeah. And like Cheryl said, I think the DNR is gonna be just all over this water portion.
That's why the zoning administrator got involved in Torch Lake. When they were redoing their boat.
Well, the DNR has a checklist of the times when they're involved. And,
Mhm. Just like when you're
on the
fishing without a
project.
license.
So I think the motion here then would be a couple different ones.
So if we get you good people, you'll still stay at the head of the project, correct?
I think that, I guess, because our policy already says that the supervisor shall manage, we don't need a motion appointing me as the
Nope,
designated representative.
nope, because you already are.
That agree?
agreed.
So,
But if you think you need help, let us help you.
yeah, I'm telling you right now. that-
Okay, and I'm telling you, delegate some of it. Thank you very much.
To whom, Heidi?
Normally when you have a team, you call them up and go, hey, I need help doing this.
So
Yeah, another helper right here, right here.
I thought we'd already gone around the table indicating that there was no expertise in this area.
Exactly, but I said, let us,
So-
we designated money for it, so let us help you find the team you need.
Oh, that's not a problem. That's not a problem.
Okay, so if you get the team that you need and you need other eyeballs, delegate it around the table.
Gotcha.
Well, my notes were that we had listed a number of possible owners representatives up to an expense of $30,000 to.
Yeah.
To be the owner's representative. And I think if that's the motion that needs to be made, then.
Don, you want to take the list, split it in half and research the people? I don't know what you want to do here.
I think for the purpose of this
I
conversation.
think we need to follow the policy.
I'm gonna recommend we follow the policy.
And as you need help, you're gonna ask for it.
Yes,
Thank you.
so I'm gonna change these two from red to green because that's by the policy is the supervisor.
Andrew just sent us an email that popped up on my screen here. Would you like me to read it?
Nope.
Okie dokie.
Can you just let Andrew know through the chat, Lois, that not all of us are logged into the Zoom, please? Thank you. So we're not seeing his chat messages, all of us.
Didn't she say Andrew from the park?
I thought you meant Andrew from F and V.
You know, I said Andrew Filler has just sent an email. Do you want me to read it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said Andrew from the park,
No, Andrew
No.
just sent us an
an
email.
email.
Would you
So
like
we
me
should
to
all
read it?
have our email.
Here's what it says. This explains what you have questions on about pay requests and if there's an inspection of those items and whatnot. This is a direct image from the proposal. It's under E in bidding and construction and engineering. And please do not ask me to read this.
You have your email open, Cheryl?
I'm going there.
Might as well.
Well, this is an excerpt from the F and B contract we currently have in place.
Yes.
And it still. So we get it, review contractor pay applications and provide recommendations to township for payment. I understand that.
You want a second opinion?
No, I think we've addressed it ourselves in-house. The notes that I made, let's see, on page 108 is that. Okay. The notes I made is that Cheryl didn't have any problem with the language in paragraph 3 on page 108 of the contract. Don said he was not troubled by it. In the fact that Glenn focused on the terms exhaustive, extended, and used the example of lug nuts are in place, but did not verify they were torqued to proper level. Now, I'm not sure if Cheryl said torqued, and if you said lug nuts, I don't know about that, so somebody could have said half of that, but that's my note. And I can appreciate that interpretation. I think that's better than my original one, yeah. So. Are we still good with that particular concern?
Yeah, I stand with what I said earlier.
I'm good.
I have not. changed
Cheryl,
my
are you
opinion
good?
yet.
Yeah, I thought we had moved on from that. And then we went to the designated representative and we got that.
We did, but.
Hammered out.
Did you hear the email conversation or not?
The one with Andrew,
Yes.
which I
The
just
one-
read it.
Okay,
I just read the attachment, which is in their contract.
that's what took us back to 108, right? So-
Okay, well, I guess, yeah, but it doesn't change 108. Doesn't change anything about what we discussed.
Okay, I agree.
In my
As long
opinion.
as you do, I'm good.
Yeah, I think we're done with that.
The only thing I would do, Ron, is when you put your name in there and you sign it, ask Mr. Mike Walton to initial his scribbling on the contract. Where he was supposed to type or print and he wrote, so he scratched out his name and then printed it. Anything scratched on a contract must be initialed. In my opinion.
So I think I should ask for authorization to sign this.
There should be a motion.
So you want a motion so that you're the designated representative?
Well, I think by signing this as the designated representative under the second section, right? So up at the top. I'm sorry. Up at the top is where we're actually under owner.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's really where we're accepting this contract.
Mm-hmm.
And then down below, I think is where we're entering the designated representative.
Okay, so then we need a motion to make you,
A motion to sign this, and then who's gonna attest?
and the designated representative.
Well, we don't need a motion for who's going to attest. Anybody can attest, as long as you sign it in front of them. So that doesn't need to be anybody appointed. Anybody can do that. And, but it does, there does need to be board approval, for, you to sign the contract and you also to be appointed as the designated representative.
We already determined that the policy says.
Well, okay, all right, but
Right.
you're gonna fill this in then,
Yeah,
based on that.
but I
Right,
think I
right,
should
right.
have a motion to agree to this contract.
Oh, that would make sense. You're agreeing
Well,
to,
agree to the contract, motion to, it'd be more like a motion to approve
an update.
the contract and authorize the supervisor to sign it. The contract with Molon Excavating.
So probably very, very similar to the language that we used moments ago or hours ago now, approving the project. So can I recommend? Let's close this out. Motion by someone to authorize POP to sign the Molon Excavating Wiesen Vanderbrink contract 842850
There you go.
dated 3/1/2023. For phase 1, items 1 through 19 of the Whitewater Township Park Improvement Project.
I don't think it needs any more verbiage than that. It doesn't need to be complicated.
For the total cost of
Yes, it does.
$484 934.71.
I think that's the right number. 484, 934, 71. What does that take into account?
You're really, Fleece and Vandenbrink, I would just point out, is not a signer on this contract. It's not their contract. It's between the township and Molon. They have their separate contract with the township.
Don, what are you hard at work there on?
Yeah, I'm just saying that, I do recognize the $484,934.71. However, we are approving the additional alternates of A, B, D, and E, which total $39,560. I think it's $2. But I guess if we're just, if the base bid is $484,934.71, we still have the alternate bids that we did approve to be done as part of this project. So
But that's a change order
for the alternates,
outside of the contract.
oh, was it? Okay.
Yes.
I didn't realize that was a change order.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it should be file name. Well, actually, I should have it in this packet.
Is it in here? There's no link.
I might not have included the,
94, page 94. It's on that.
page 94.
I was just saying.
Of the
Okay.
contract?
Oh, that just talks about the change orders. It doesn't list out what we did. It's the description.
It's page 87
Okay.
of the original, of the packet, the meeting packet.
87.
So you guys go to, depending on, yep, there it is. Page 86, but.
That also has to be signed.
Right. And so, I made all my notes on the unrevised packet, so I'm a page off. So that's the change order number 1. Okay,
Yeah,
but good catch. Yep. I wondered if that's what you were working on.
There's the 39,562.64. Okay. Okay, yeah.
Good with that?
Yep.
The motion needs someone to make it and someone to second it.
I didn't get it all jotted down, so.
So let me, what do you have down, Cheryl?
To authorize POP to sign the Molon Excavating Fleece and Vandenbrink contract 842850 dated 3/1/23 for phase 1, items 1 through 19 of the Whitewater Township Park Improvement Project for the total cost of $484,934.71.
So I'll make a couple of changes to that. Where I said 3/1, the actual agreement document is dated January 2023. And it's right by Fleece and Vanderbrink's name on page 1 of the contract. I also agree with Cheryl that this is not involving F and V. They might have created these documents for us, but they're really not a party to this agreement. So I see prominence in removing F and V from the motion.
Do as well. And so that on page 11 in the contract, their Mullins dates they're stating at 1/30, January 30th, 2023. But then you also go to,
That's a bid.
yeah, that's one. And then the execution date on Mullins part of page 25 is noting the March 1st, 2023 date.
The agreement is effective March 10th, 2023.
This agreement will be effective. Yeah. Oh, I see that now above that.
Mhm.
Yeah. Under the in witness thereof, underneath there. is the-
Yeah. But I don't care what date we put in there. We can leave the date off if you want, but this contract number could have several iterations to it. The January 2023 is not very accurate, right? So if we want to,
There was no contract on January 30th. That was, the bids were due, I think, by the 31st.
well, page 1 of this contract says January 2023. Page 1 says it.
January 20, yeah, that's when they put it out, or that's when they, because we didn't award the bid until 2/16. February 16th, so the January 2023 is, I think the date is when it's the critical date is when it's effective, which is already stated on, what is that, 25,
Yeah.
which is 3/10/2023. So the motion had a date of 3/1/2023, and I question whether we should be using that date.
That's the question at hand, I believe.
Yeah, I would personally put the effective date of March 10th. If I were, if I were the sole one doing this.
Okay. So motion to authorize POP to sign the Molon contract with effective date of March 10, 2023 for the Whitewater Township Park expansion.
Okay,
project.
hold on a minute, hold on.
No, I'm just, yeah.
Okay.
You don't want this recorded?
No, I don't think so, because we had enough changes. I don't know where we're at with it.
F and V's been taken out.
Yep.
And the contract is effective March 10th, 2023.
So motion authorizing POP to sign the Molon contract with effective date of March 10, 2023 for the Whitewater Township Park Expansion Project. Contract number with contract number 842850 in the amount of 484,934.71.
That's right with me.
Heidi, you want to reread?
I think you're all right.
So Cheryl, what did you capture?
I didn't
Okay.
type that because I didn't know if I
Yep,
was
no,
supposed to.
So it's motion.
Do you
to-
want me just to read that as making the motion?
Sure.
Cheryl, I will make a motion to authorize Supervisor Pop to sign the Molon contract with an effective date of March 10, 2023 for the Whitewater Township Park expansion project with contract.
Well, it's actually called Whitewater Township Park Improvement Project, if you want to get technical.
Yeah, okay, then let's make
Let's
it.
get technical.
Improvement
Let's make
project.
it improvement.
Yep. Good catch. With contract number 842850 in the amount of $484,934.71. That's 484,934.71.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
yes, Valmir,
Yes.
Janik is absent, Glenn,
Yes.
I believe that takes us to page 55 of the contract already.
didn't we just approve it?
You authorized me to sign it. So.
Oh, is that
you-
all we
you want to
did?
Make the authorization to sign before we finish reviewing it? That's fine.
Well, I guess I thought we were done reviewing it, because if you're giving yourself authorization to sign, that kind of implies you've got.
I
through all
understand.
the-
But so board, tell me what you want to do. I think we should continue with the review.
I think for awareness sakes,
Let's make sure there's nothing else wrong.
Or questions, right?
Right, questions, answers, go out and get something.
just full
whatever.
disclosure.
So on contract page 55, it appears that we have to provide some type of insurance to the contractor. There's also a schedule of items that need to take place within a certain number of days of the contract execution here. And they are highlighted in B, C, 2.01, B and C. 2.02 A and B. And we already know that certificates of insurance don't comply with Michigan requirements. We actually have to have a policy with our name on it from the vendor.
And I would suggest that that's probably a standard operating procedure for the vendor.
I would think
Apparently
so.
it's new.
Oh.
Is it?
Yeah, apparently it's new.
Wow.
So
I
we're
would-
gonna have to supply the same thing back to them, is my point.
And that's your note that Paul Olson should supply that back.
Yeah, but I think that, again, is that under my purview to order that from him, to actually put somebody else's name on our policy?
I think I would call him and ask him how it's handled. Because you have to do the same thing kind of with your car insurance and your health insurance with the no fault.
Okay,
So all I had to do was call my insurance company, my health insurance company, and say, I need a copy that I am insured, blah, 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 blah. And then once I sent it to my car insurance, then I got the discount. Because there's changes under the no fault. So if you want to change your insurance policy, our insurance policy, wouldn't you just call the guy up and ask him for a copy? Or ask him how to handle it? And then maybe you could just email us all. It should be
I would hope for any board member to change our insurance policy. The agent would ask for some type of verification that the board says, yeah,
well, you would think, but.
Well, there would be no change to our policy unless it was approved by the board. That wouldn't happen.
Okay, let's look at it a different.
And
kind of
also on
context here.
page 88, where Chris talks about the certificate of insurance. He says you have to verify the insurance policy has that information to actually know the coverage regarding additional insured, et cetera, is being provided. If F&B doesn't want to request copies of the policy verifying the sections that indicate the coverage on the certificate, you need to at least require an additional statement from Molon that all the information set forth in the certificate is being provided to the township, and it is understanding the township is relying on the same in executing the contract. Note that many individuals never seek information beyond the certificate of insurance, which you will hear anytime you request the policies. But Michigan cases indicate that the township may have limited recourse if their certificate is not accurate or doesn't reflect the actual coverage. It's something you have to decide how best to balance the review and work of obtaining the insurance policy with the potential inaccuracies or lack of coverage as reflected on the certificate. So what do you want to do? I think it's up to the owner's rep or the designated rep to get the policies, if you want them to get the policy. And certainly our insurance agent would be happy to provide our policy to Mullen.
so if we could get back to the question at hand. To my knowledge, Molon's being asked to put our name on their policies.
The rider. As an additionally insured.
As an additional insured.
Yep.
That's standard.
These questions pertain about our insurance going back to the contractor.
C does, correct? 2.01 C is, it did, B flows to us, C flows to them.
Is there a problem with us giving our insurance to them?
So again, referring back to Chris's statement, what you just read, I think we have to put Molon's name on our policy and supply them the policy so they don't have the same questions of inaccuracy that Chris brought up about their policy. We're making them do that. And my thought is, before I could put someone else on the policy, Mr. Olson might want some verification from the board, because I think adding a name to a policy is a change. I could be wrong. I'm not an insurance agent.
You're
You're
not,
saying it's a notch above additionally insured, a rider.
I am.
Okay.
no, I don't believe it is. They just become an additional insured only for this project. Their name doesn't appear on our declaration page and that type of stuff. That's not the way I understand it.
It's usually you just get a letter and then it's for insurance purposes. So this person screws up, this guy covers it, this guy covers it, this guy covers it.
I thought Chris's take on, my take on Chris's paragraph is that there are inaccuracies between the certificate, which shows us as being additionally insured, and the policy.
There could be.
And then I think it also addresses the fact that this policy has to remain in effect, I think, for 3 years. That's an upcoming question here. I'm not going to track it for 3 years. And I can tell you the person following me isn't going to know it's there.
No, exactly.
How many times have we looked at a Metro Act fee, a Metro Act permit, and found out we don't have current insurance certificates? Those are good for 15 years.
Well, we usually get them every year. We get
Ha-
certificates of liability insurance in our office.
But we've also found some that were not properly, that had expired, correct?
Well, it depends on how good the contractor is, whether they keep them up to date or not. Some do, some don't. And it says, and I've lost the page that was on now, but it says to refer to section 6, which starts on page 70 of the contract for more specificity.
Isn't that our insurance going to them, Cheryl?
It's
Or
both.
their insurance coming to us?
It's both. Both ways.
Yeah, and I have a note there in section D that Patterson requests a policy. I don't care.
These are just
At
little,
this point,
these are,
I think you just get the policy. I don't know why they would have any problem providing it. I'm sure they've had to do it before.
okay, so on 55, what do you want me to give them? You want me to give them the policy and forget about their name?
Owner shall promptly deliver to contractor with copies to each additional insured as identified in the contract, their certificates and other evidence of insurance required to be provided by owner under Article 6. So whatever it says under Article 6.
I'm checking out.
If Chris says, get the policy, then I would say get the policy. If he wants us to give our complete policy to them, if Molon wants that, I guess I don't know if they've asked for that. But it does indicate the certificates and other evidence of insurance required to be provided by owner under Article 6.
So it's, I guess I'm interpreting it a little. When I go to section 6 and I look at E and I'm on page 71, owner shall deliver to contractor with copies to each additionally insured and identified in the contract. So whoever that is, a copy of what I take to be a certificate of insurance and endorsements establishing that the owner has obtained and is maintaining the policies and coverage required by the owner in the contract. Basically, I don't see that adding Molan. I see that as we're adding Molan as an additionally insured. However, they want a copy of our insurance to substantiate that the coverages are in place and intact and active. That, I guess that's maybe just I'm looking at.
I don't see that either.
So I've missed something. I apologize, board. I interpreted the legal review of this contract to say certificates were no longer the proper way to verify insurance in the state of Michigan. That's what I understood the legal review of this contract. The part I'm missing here is why are we going back to the contract for guidance that the attorney has told us does not meet Michigan statute? I don't understand.
And I don't interpret Chris's comments about insurance to be referring to us providing complete contracts to them. He wants to make sure that we are getting complete contracts, complete insurance policies from the contractor so that we can verify that the coverages they say they have and that which are required under the bid are in fact that those are the limits in the policy, and he wants to see or wants us to get the policies. I haven't seen where Molon, I guess we haven't finished signing this contract with Molon. If they simply, Chris didn't speak to what we would provide to Molon. He's only concerned about what we get from Molon.
Exactly.
That's
Because
right.
So the question is, what do you want us to supply back? I'm making a general assumption here that if we're requiring Molon to supply,
Insurance, they're
they're
gonna
gonna follow our attorney's advice and ask for the same thing.
Well, if they ask for it, then you'll have to give it to them, but the
And-
contract does not require
And-
that.
And he's asking for a motion to do that, sir? Is that what you're asking?
Yep.
Okay. I'll make a.
We
motion.
don't need a motion for that. It's, if you want to supply them with the Molon, if you
Okay, well, hold
you
on a
just
minute.
said you're
The
making.
laws are changing.
Excuse me,
so-
Heidi, I was speaking. You just said, I'm making a general assumption that Molon is going to want the same thing. And I think you just get that confirmed. Is that what they want? Or do they just want the certificates and endorsements that it talks about in the contract? I don't think it's a big deal. It's whatever they want.
I'm removing
So-
my name as
Okay, hold on.
representative. No, I'm done. I'm done.
Okay.
You have
We
the
have-
power
Y'all figure it out.
this, so just, I don't
No.
even know why we're talking about this. Just do it.
I'm done.
Here's the issue here, okay? Apparently, the law has changed. Okay, there's a new law, apparently with insurance pieces of paper. Correct? Because you just said the law has changed or Michigan doesn't,
That's my
whatever.
interpretation of what Chris wrote.
Okay, so let's do two things. Let's ask for a complete clarification. Maybe from the attorney of what kind of insurance contract we should ask for? Or you gotta go to the contract, Fish F and V and ask them for a clarification? Someone needs to give us a clarification on what type of piece of paper or what kind of insurance policy the law has changed and now we need. How's that? So somebody needs to find out that.
That's not what the attorney stated, how the law had changed.
I'm out.
The attorney stated that instead of certificates of insurance, he would like to see we should get the entire policy. So we just asked Molon for the
I
entire
understand
policy.
if the rules have changed, maybe the policies have changed or the piece of paper has changed.
I'm just saying, Heidi, the
I
policy
completely
is,
get it,
the
but you
policy
have
is
a
the
problem here,
policy.
Sheriff.
The
So
policy is
figure
the
out how to get
policy.
the policy. Figure out, do they want a policy? Do they want a piece of paper? Do they want an amendment, an endowment? Something somebody has to do now that the law has changed. We can't assume it.
And
because
don't they just have to ask, Heidi?
I'm trying to do that, but apparently it's not happening here.
I am not project representative any longer. I have withdrawn my name from that. So.
Okay, but
Argue all you want about simply answering a question to supply an insurance.
I think you're right, Ryan. You need to find out what you need.
I-
And you probably need a vote for it. Hey, this is awesome. Okay.
There has to be a motion to
Did-
nominate someone to,
I make a motion to nominate Cheryl to take over this meeting.
Second.
is there any discussion?
Call the vote, because I'll make another motion.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop is absent. Bennett is absent. Ross, yes. Dolmuth,
Yes.
so I guess I would ask the board if they, what they wish to continue. Do you want to go through the rest of these, things, that were brought up by Ron, or do you want to simply approve the contract?
I'd like to make a motion to table it.
I'll second the motion.
Motion by Glenn to table.
It's,
Can you
yeah. I'm
just
looking
make
for-
it more specific
Yeah.
than it?
Yeah, sure. Motion to table,
Approval. Or table. No, I don't know what you're saying.
motion to table, review of the Whitewater Township boat ramp expansion contract.
Is there a second?
I did.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I had altered it, Heidi, so.
I'll second it.
Is there any discussion?
Yeah, here's some discussion. Why don't we email Andrew right now and get a clarification? Do you want an insurance copy? You want an addendum? What clears this up? Because this is a simple phone call of logistics, I have a feeling. But because the law has changed, we need to know more about it. So if you want to table it and somebody call Andrew and ask him, you want me to email him right now?
Is he still in the meeting, Lois?
He's still in a meeting, but he said you could email him.
I'm
You
sorry, I
want-
couldn't hear what Lois said. He's on Zoom. Why don't we just ask him?
Because he says he will not be available by voice, but if you have any other questions, email me. I'll do my best to answer. If
Oh,
you
I thought
read
I
his
asked
email,
Lois if he was actually on Zoom.
He,
I mean, in present. Or, okay, so he's still in this meeting. That's what I asked. Is he still in the meeting? Okay. Okay. All right. I guess I just don't see what the big deal is.
well,
Our
my,
attorney wants us to get the entire policy from Molon. That's a no-brainer. Just get it. And if Molon wants our entire policy, then they're entitled to ask for it. And we are obligated to provide it. The question is whether they want it. And I don't know why you would provide more than you need to, but that won't get settled until until the contract is signed and Molon and somebody contacts Molon, probably the designated representative, and asks them. Am I missing something?
I'd like to know how the law changed. Do you not just send a piece of paper from your insurance company now? Or do you have to do different things so that something else doesn't happen?
I think that was explained by Chris on,
But it says it's changed.
page 88.
That's why he's not sitting here any longer. So let's get a clarification.
No, I mean, that was explained by Chris Patterson on page 88 of the packet.
Understand that, Cheryl. You're not solving the problem.
What am I missing, Don?
I'm just going through Andrew's, again, I think that I think it's a question, not so much that you're missing anything, Cheryl. I just think it's a question of what the expectations are. And I think that, it's a matter of interpretation, what all the different parts are. And I think that's creating the
And do you,
inability to get to the answer.
and I'm wondering,
Thank you.
are we going to, how would we, you said it's a question of what the expectations are and a matter of interpretation. So that would seem to suggest to me that someone needs to ask a question of the appropriate party to get the answer so that we know what the expectations are.
Well, yeah, in my mind, I thought the insurance requirements were relatively clear until Chris Patterson, what I think threw a wrench into it. I don't, I would be supplying, in my mind, I would be supplying them to Mullen, an additionally insured rider with a copy of our insurance policy.
Done, right?
And that in and of it would seem to me to be suffice. Looking at Chris Patterson stuff, I don't know that that's.
I think this has something to do with workers' comp insurance, folks.
Well, your current policy should be providing all that. I mean, Mullen should be providing us with the same type of activity.
Yeah.
Why, if there's and that's where the interpretation, see, you have to be put on the policy. I've never heard of that. But Chris is telling us that that's been a change in Michigan law. First I've heard of it. I
That's
have no
the
idea
first
when that's
I've ever heard
effective.
of it. Because
So-
normally it drops down.
On the certificates of liability insurance that we get routinely, down at the bottom in the lower left-hand
Mhm.
corner, it has additional
Right.
insureds.
Yeah. so
And the township's name is down there.
and
And
what
so,
my interpretation from Chris was that that one-page certificate, and sometimes that basically lists the coverages and the dates that it's effective,
right,
and that now. And again, without knowing and getting a direct answer from Chris, that Chris is saying, okay, that will not suffice any longer. You must supply your entire policy to substantiate that cover sheet, that those policies, those amounts and the range of those amounts and the dates are reflective in the comprehensive document deck. No longer accepting, if we did, so if you think about that, let's say you went, Law and Order is doing work and you ask them for their certificate of insurance and workman's comp certificate. Well, is the law now that you have to, Law and Order has to give you not only those two cover sheets, but a copy of their entire policy?
That's what I'm
And
thinking.
I have not heard that at all in the.
Well, the problem is it does say stuff changed in Michigan. It also says that, let me get back to the page. I guess this took place in 2022, but it talks right on there. It's got to do with, workman's comp insurance. So maybe they have to see.
workman's comp insurance, general liability, all those things are listed on the certificates. And then, of course, those are two different policies. Your general liability and your workers' comp are two different policies. But Chris's note here is that however, under Michigan law, you have to verify that the insurance policy has that information, referring back to the prior sentence, additional insured information and subrogation, to actually know that the coverage regarding additional insured, et cetera, is being provided. And then it says if F&V doesn't want to request copies of the policy, verifying the sections that indicate the coverage on the certificate, you need to at least require an additional statement. And I don't know why we'd go there. I think we would just request copies of the policy so that we can verify that the coverage limits that they say they have are what's stated in the policy. And that we've been named as an additional insured. Is that the way you understand it? That Chris wants to just have us verify that information by seeing the actual policy. And so we would just request the actual policy. It sounds like through F&V. Because he says if F&V doesn't want to request copies of the policy, sort of giving them the option, then here's a different way you can do it. So to me, we would follow our attorney's advice and get a copy of the actual policy. And I think we can just do that by consensus, that we would like to be provided with a copy of the actual policy.
I think that's what it says. So. I mean,
Exactly. So can we agree to that by consensus or?
Could we have somebody make a phone call and check and make sure that's. See, the rules change, so we're not bringing that into the effect of the equation. So somebody really needs to make a phone call and find out what the new rules are. Because apparently it legally binds us to something. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this predicament we're sitting in. So you guys could be 100% right, but don't you think we would be able to get an answer from either our insurance company or maybe our attorney would have been more defined. Because when you pull up anything about new insurance laws with townships and cities, it just talks about workman's comp claims.
What does the board want to do?
Table it.
Yep. How about we table it?
Okay, so
And-
there is a motion to table review of the Whitewater Township boat ramp expansion contract, and it's by seconded. Seconded, I called for discussion. Are we done with discussion?
Let's, is somebody gonna make a
I
phone
am.
call? What? Do you want me to
I'm done
make,
with
do you want me to,
discussion. Done with discussion.
okay, well, do you want me to make the phone call and get a clarification? At least? So that we.
I
come
think
back
that
to
can
the
be
table?
done outside of the meeting. I'm done with discussion as well.
Will somebody be making a phone call? Who's gonna check out the information?
I thought you just volunteered to.
That's what I was asking. Do you want me to do it? Do you want to do it? Do you want to do it? I will get a clarification, no problem.
I'm not
Continue
planning-
on, call for the vote.
I'm not planning to do it.
Figured that. Oh, you think it's funny? Okay.
No,
Why
I
do you think it's funny
think
for the people we work
your snide remark is uncalled for.
Because Cheryl,
Bennett is
somebody has to
absent,
still do it.
Baumgart,
Yes.
Pop is absent, Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
Point of order, we're over 4 hours.
Approved park rangers.
Passed out a memo this morning. Like to make a motion to approve 3 park ranger pay rates as presented for the 2023 park season, and to approve May 1st, 2023 as the effective date of employment for Andrew Butler, the Parks and Recreation Manager.
I'll second that. But I would like to have the names of the park rangers in the motion, so it's specific because it says as presented, but Don, your memo is not going to be in the in the minutes.
Very well.
So could
Very well.
we put those in?
Yeah, let me restructure my motion. Motion to approve the 3 park rangers pay rates of David Tripp Wagner, Vicky Emerson, Mike Dwyer, for the 2023 park season.
Okay,
And I guess the rest of it
And
is
it- yeah.
the rest of it's fine. Okay.
okay.
Yeah,
And I'll resecond the motion.
thank you.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Pop is absent. Fennec is absent. Baumgart,
Yes.
Goss, yes. Glenn?
Yes,
Other camping park opening items needing board input or action?
I just want to bring up a couple things more for a couple information things and awareness. Park is getting very close to opening. We've got a few things to finish up. I do want to acknowledge publicly a number of volunteers that have helped out at the park, putting in significant time and effort. I'd like to recognize Vicky Emerson, Lori North, and 2 of her Gaylord friends that drove over to help work, Carol Wakely and Hillary Modica.
Carol, how do you spell
Carol
it? I mean, her last name
Wakely, Wakely.
and the other one?
Hillary with 1 L,
Mhm.
Modica, Modica.
Okay,
Rod Rebant, Al Keaton, Randy Melnick, Denise Peltonen, Jay Holden, and of course,
leading that charge was Andrew Butler out there. So thank you to everyone there. As I said, we appear to be full 100% filled up for free camping weekend. We have an issue regarding credit card processing. The Square unit is problematic. And the park will be cash only for the foreseeable future until we can line up another different credit card processing vendor. The Square system is not something that I am going to take on or ask anybody within the park system to take on due to the nature of that ownership. It is a very difficult system. I've spent the better part of 7 to 10 days understanding how that operates and the financial commitments and the direct connections to the IRS on a personal level as well as the township. And it's a great product for a sole entrepreneur, but it is not a product that
Do you have
I'm
any
willing to put
ideas?
risk in. Pardon me?
Do you have any ideas?
I've got 2 that I'm exploring at this point in time.
Any help?
So not at this point.
Okay.
I do feel that I may have to potentially I think what I know about the Square and what I've learned about the Square credit card processing, anything that even comes close to that, I would be recommending we walk away. But I will be searching, and we know it's important, and it is high up on the list. As soon as we get the free camping weekend open, it'll be a number 1 priority.
Did
for me
you
to work on.
reach out to other campgrounds in the area to see who they're using? Because I could do that for you if you'd like.
That'd be great. Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully I'll have an answer for you this weekend when I'm working.
So,
I think Verifone is one that a lot of vendors use for credit card. processing.
that is one. Yeah, I've had some preliminary discussions with authorize.net.
Mhm.
Since
Yeah.
we're already set up with them on the online system. But as you well know, Square is very difficult to get a hold of. Their answers are evasive, and when you finally get to the crux of the matter of whether there was a transfer of ownership of an account or a new ownership account putting in, the direct linkage between your personal social security ID and basically declaring that Whitewater Township is your business is befuddling to me.
It's exactly the reason that we don't electronically upload 1099s to the IRS, because they require all your personal information.
So this is a monstrous, the ramifications of it, it's an incredibly desperate and risky situation to be doing business. Now, if you owned a hot dog truck or an ice cream truck, or you were selling
Because it's
candles at the
connected
fair
to
and
you,
you
right?
have a small, hobby type of business, Square has its niche.
Yeah, you
But,
see them all over the place.
Yeah, but for the purposes of saying that Don Glenn, Social Security number X, and declaring that my business is Whitewater Township
Mhm.
FEN number,
Yeah.
and I'm going to be getting a 1099-K annually, is
Who's gotten those?
well,
Yeah.
they're mandated, so I don't know where they're going.
Yeah.
So that's from Square's admission. So,
Is there anything else done?
no, that's all.
Okay, how about board comments and discussion? Anything there?
The only thing I have is, Cheryl, could I please get a copy of the tribes boat wash?
Yep, if you stick around, I'll give you a copy
Oh,
after the meeting.
I might be able to do that. Thank you.
Okay, we're down to public comment. We have no one in the township hall. Has anyone indicated they want to make public comment on Zoom, Lois?
Yeah, we have a couple hands up. Rachel Steelman.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Hi, Rachel Steelman speaking as a resident of Whitewater Township. You've all been put in a difficult position regarding the Baggs Road property. There is no doubt about that. In my experience, having participated in hundreds of administrative law hearings, the zoning administrator's mistake would have to be proven without a doubt as an intentional malfeasance. The ZA quote unquote forgetting to share the mistake in the PC meeting until prompted by the chair is unlikely enough to prove such. I only say this because while the ZA's mistake is unfortunate on several levels, proving criminal or intentional malfeasance is unlikely based on the information provided and available thus far. While this is a separate issue in our court case, I'm concerned you're hoping any financial ramifications or burden the township may encounter based on your decision today will fall on the ZA, and based on my knowledge, it is unlikely. Because of this, in my opinion, your job today was to focus on the risks associated with your decision and determine which outcome is the least disruptive to all of Whitewater citizens. Weighing the potential outcomes of each action you could take and the long-term impact those outcomes will have on the residents of Whitewater financially is all you can do and the best you can do given the unfortunate situation that brought you here this morning. Upholding an ordinance is extremely important, or why have them? I completely agree with that. However, when an ordinance is not followed for whatever reason, the question changes to the least damaging to the township as a whole. Whether I agree with Baggs Road condos or not is of no matter. For the record, I don't have a personal opinion on it. What matters to me is how much I'm going to pay for this mistake as a resident. I heard Ron say something like we basically signed up for a lawsuit by going this route. I would be very surprised if insurance policies cover this or at least wouldn't fight against paying. Was there no way to compromise today for the greater good? I will end with, I hope your decision today doesn't cost the residents of Whitewater Township, and I urge you to continue to look for compromises and or a settlement should it come to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Is there anyone else? Lois?
Yep, Connie Highmore.
Connie, go ahead.
We'd like to commend the board on their decision to follow the law, our zoning ordinances. We feel this will strengthen the credibility and accountability of the township board to the residents of Whitewater Township. Your actions show that you value our important zoning ordinances in this community. The decision you made today was a difficult one, not difficult in the sense of following township laws, but difficult because the decision had to be made due to someone's negligence. It looks like the next step per ordinance 26 is to execute a deed restriction with Grand Traverse County, designating the parcel not buildable. Also, the township clerk needs to designate the parcel not buildable in the township records. Thanks for your time. Thanks for what you've done today.
Thank you. Is there anyone else, Lois?
Vicky Bean.
Go ahead, Vicky.
Good afternoon. I would echo comments that were made prior to me. It is an unfortunate situation. And I guess one of my frustrations is I've been asking about the comment that was made by Bob Hall since last March. I know I asked it of this group several times. I've sent out emails. I've asked it of Bob Hall and Kim Mangus. So I'm not really sure that it had to take this long. I'm glad we are finally discussing it, but I'm disappointed it has taken this long and at what cost to the taxpayers. I feel either way, there will be a lawsuit potentially. I encourage that we stick with our guns and upholding the ordinance, doing what is right, and going back to look at the plots that are there, the original survey. I don't see an easy fix of taking on or buying some additional property to get under that 4-to-1 because there definitely is some water issues on that property. So thank you for all your time. I really, truly have said this so many times. I wish that you all could work as a group. I'm in so many meetings throughout the year. And if I were at a meeting, the way that these meetings go, there would be people that would be fired for the actions that are taking place in some of these meetings. I don't understand why you are not all working together for the good of the township. Thank you for your time.
Is there anyone else, Lois? Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn at 1:19.
I'll call the time. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
We'll have a roll call on that. Bauman,
Yes.
Doss, yes, Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett is absent. Pop is absent. The meeting is adjourned at 1:19 PM.